Settle in. Whether the sky outside your window is lit by stars or still clinging to the last hues of twilight, you're here now, and so am I. Let everything else slip into the background for a while. There's a quiet journey waiting, one that doesn't take you far in distance but deep in time. We're going back, farther than kings or castles, farther than stories passed down through grandmother's whispers. We're walking into a forgotten age, where survival was not just an effort, but a constant, intimate dance with death. Not metaphorical, not poetic, real, and always close. It begins as in a world stripped of every modern comfort, one where the cold didn't just nip at fingers but gnawed straight through flesh. Where warmth came not from heaters or heavy coats, but from fire wrestled out of damp wood and muscle-worn raw from chasing game across frozen plains. You had no choice but to keep going. And it wasn't you exactly, it was them. The ones who came before the ones who came before, the ones who breathed long before your name existed. Long before history was written, long before we imagined ourselves alone at the top of some ladder, there lived people who looked enough like us to be mistaken for our brothers, yet were different in small ways that changed everything. Neanderthals. The name probably conjures cartoonish images. Sloped brows, guttural grunts, maybe even a club dragged through the dirt. But if that's all you imagine, you've missed the truth by a mile. These beings weren't caricatures. They were thinking, feeling, building, burying, bleeding people. Not quite Homo sapiens, but close enough to share a fraction of their DNA with almost everyone listening to this. That's right. If you're of European or Asian descent, there's a good chance a small part of you is inherited from them. A spark that refused to die, passed on in the background of bloodlines, while the rest of the world changed beyond recognition. The lands they moved through weren't quiet forests or gently rolling hills. Picture vast, wind-blasted fields, skies heavy with snow that fell sideways in gales. Giant beasts stalked these places, creatures that would seem out of place in a fantasy novel, yet were all too real. Towering mammoths, rhinoceroses armoured like tanks, and cats with teeth long enough to pierce through a human chest in a single strike. These people, the Neanderthals, didn't just exist in this world. They endured it. Their bones tell the story, scarred, broken, healed and broken again. Wounds layered over old wounds, evidence of lives lived at full tilt where every breath came with risk. And yet somehow they loved. They cared. They dreamed. It's etched in the artifacts they left behind, the necklaces made of shells, the pigments smeared in quiet corners of caves, the careful positioning of bodies buried with flowers. But don't let the tenderness fool you. This was not a gentle time. This was a world where a child might not survive the first winter, where women risked their lives every time they brought a new life into being, where food was never guaranteed, and the idea of abundance would have sounded like a fairy tale. Even a single misstep during a hunt could leave a man with shattered bones and a family with empty hands. So imagine this. You wake up before the sun, if you even manage to sleep through the night. The air in your cave is so cold that every breath burns your throat. You can hear others stirring around you, your kin, your clan, and the only people who know your voice. The fire is low, so low it barely glows. Someone must feed it, but fuel is scarce. You hope today isn't the day it dies out for good. Outside, snow has fallen again, blanketing the trail you followed just yesterday. The footprints are gone. You're back to guessing. The herd has moved. It always moves. That's the game, the never-ending pursuit of something that can feed you for a week, but can kill you in seconds. You carry a spear. It's wood, hardened with fire, tipped with a stone sharpened until your fingers bled. It's the best tool you have, and it is, frankly, pathetic compared to the monsters you're about to face, but you don't have the luxury of fear. There are mouths to feed. You step out into the snow with your companions. No one speaks. The silence isn't just strategy, it's naturally. Every noise could warn the prey or attract a predator, and if either of those things happens at the wrong moment, someone might not come back. Hunting wasn't a sport for the Neanderthals, it wasn't optional. It was the thin thread that held their lives together. And they weren't chasing timid deer or docile cattle. They were after the kings of the Ice Age, massive, intelligent, dangerous animals that knew how to defend themselves. Take the mammoth, for instance. Not only did they tower like ancient gods, but they travelled in herds that would protect each other with lethal force. You couldn't just walk up and strike. You had to plan, trap, confuse, drive, or you had to risk your life every single time. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. When it did, the reward was enormous. Meat to eat, Hide for clothing, bone for tools. A mammoth was like a treasure chest made of flesh and ivory. But when it didn't work, the cost was also great. People were gored, crushed, trampled, and if the loss included your strongest hunter, the group might not recover before the next freeze. Even smaller prey came with danger. A startled horse could kick hard enough to shatter ribs. A wounded reindeer hare might lash out in a death panic. Every creature knew the stakes, and none of them went quietly. Once the kill was made, the real labour began. You didn't drag a mammoth back to camp. You stayed out there in the cold and carved it where it fell. That meant hours of work with cold-numbed fingers and dulling blades. Blood froze on your skin. The smell of iron filled your nose. You worked until your arms screamed, then you worked some more. And when you were finally done, you dragged what you could carry back through the dark. Every part was used. Waste was not a concept they could afford. Bones were broken for marrow. Skin was stretched, scraped, dried. The fat was rendered. Even the sinew was stripped to be used as thread. And still you knew it wouldn't be enough. Not forever. The hunger would return, it always did. When food ran short, desperation changed the rules. Sometimes it meant stealing from another group. Sometimes it meant following predators, hoping to scavenge what they left behind. Sometimes, and this is hard to imagine, it meant turning to the only meat available when all else failed. Evidence exists that in their darkest hours, some Neanderthals consumed the flesh of their own. Not as ritual, not as cruelty, but as the last, terrible option when survival offered no alternatives. This wasn't about evil, this was about staying alive. And what about the children? What about the tiny hands that held no weapons yet? Life for them began in danger and often ended there. Birth alone could kill both mother and infant. If they survived that first trial, they were immediately thrust into a world that had no patience for weakness. Disease struck often. So did cold, so did wild animals. Many never saw their 10th year. The ones who did had already seen more suffering than most modern people will know in a lifetime. But they weren't always alone. In those caves under those firs, nestled beside the fire, there was something else. A flicker of warmth, not just from flame but from connection. Neanderthals buried their young. Not tossed into the snow or left to rot, but buried. Sometimes with flowers, sometimes with tools, tokens. Proof that they felt grief, that they remembered. They didn't just survive the cold, they survived each other. Their small groups weren't just shelters from the storm, they were storms themselves. Close quarters, limited food, a fight over nothing could become something deadly. But in those same tight spaces, they also built relationships, shared knowledge, taught children, passed on stories without words, just through demonstration and repetition. Their tools were not accidental. Making a stone point that could pierce hide required practice, care, and understanding of material. It took patience, and more than anything it took time. Time invested in future hunts, in teaching the next one in line, in planning for a tomorrow that might never come. The more we study their remains, the more we see ourselves. Not the civilized versions of us wrapped in comfort, but the raw, unfiltered instinct to fight, to care, to keep going. And so here they are, still silent, still waiting in stone, not forgotten, not entirely, but often misunderstood. They weren't monsters, they weren't apes, they weren't stepping stones to something better. They were an answer to the question, what if you had to survive without anything but your body, your mind, and the people you trust? That answer is still out there, in bones buried in dust, in tools left in forgotten places, in our blood. And tonight, in this quiet moment, in the hum of your thoughts and the stillness around you, maybe we hear them again, not with ears, but with something deeper. A recognition, a memory older than language, a whisper from the ice. They lived, and we remember. They did not live in stillness. Everything moved. The sky, the weather, the herds, the seasons. The Neanderthal world had no pause button, no safe zone, where the air was calm and the ground stayed familiar. Every dawn broke on uncertainty. They rose with no promise that evening would come, and as the wind carried snow across bare hillsides or tore through the gaps in their clothing, they didn't flinch from the cold, they endured it, because there was no alternative. Picture waking beneath the weight of animal skins, knowing the warmth won't last, that the fire beside you burned out while you slept. There is no one to blame. Fuel is hard to find, and time slips through fingers faster than embers cool. They didn't measure time like we do. no calendars on cave walls, no hours marked by bells. Their clocks were the sun's path across the horizon, the changing bite of the wind, the sounds of animals migrating away from dying ground. A life could be measured in winters survived or hunts returned from. Imagine the sky above them, not city-lit, not polluted, not full of aircraft and drones and satellites, but a dome of brutal clarity, the stars sharp and cold as knives. They moved under those stars not because it was romantic, but because they had to. The earth beneath their feet was never theirs. They borrowed space from the landscape, knowing it could be reclaimed by something bigger, hungrier, stronger, without warning. And though the popular image frames them as loners, Neanderthals depended on each other with a fierceness that defied solitude. Their groups were small by necessity. Too many mouths meant too little food. Too few bodies meant too little defense. They lived in a fragile balance, more like a heartbeat than a machine. When one part failed, everything trembled. Children were part of this rhythm, not protected by innocence or granted long years to play, but initiated into labour from a young age. A child old enough to walk was old enough to gather, to scrape hides, to follow, to listen. Learning was not formal, it was constant, taught not in lectures, but in imitation, in watching fingers chip stone, in hearing which footstep meant danger and which meant prey. Childhood was not a season, it was a brief passage across ice. The women did not live separate, gentler lives. Their tasks were different, but no less grueling. Their bodies bore the scars of lifting, hauling, preparing, carrying, birthing. Every pregnancy was a crossing between life and death. There were no midwives, no herbs potent enough to ease labour. No one came running with blankets and soft towels. You pushed life into the world with teeth clenched against agony, and hoped the bleeding stopped before the light dimmed in your own eyes. The survival of the group often depended on these births. A single child reaching maturity was a victory. A mother surviving childbirth was a miracle. There was no time to mourn for long, others still needed to eat, fire still needed to be fed, and so life marched forward, dragging sorrow with it like a shadow that never fully left. When the weather turned, it didn't just change moods, it changed everything. The earth became harder, stingier. The animals moved farther or disappeared entirely. Roots became unreachable beneath frozen ground. Water froze in the mouths of skins. The air itself grew heavy and brittle. Breathing it in too deep could split lips and lungs. You wrapped your body in whatever scraps of warmth you had, but it was never enough. Shelter wasn't a structure, it was a gamble. A cave, if you found one, might already be claimed by something that would not share. A ledge under rock offered some defence against the wind, but it gave no comfort. They built what they could with what little they had. Bones, branches, hides, packed earth. Nothing lasted long, nothing was truly safe. The fire, always the fire, was the lifeline. It dried their clothing. It cooked what meat they could find. It warned away predators and warded off the killing chill of the night. But it demanded constant vigilance. Flame required food too. Wood had to be gathered, guarded, rationed. A careless moment could mean waking to cold ashes and frostbitten limbs. Sometimes they migrated not by choice but by necessity. The ground grew poor, the game vanished, storms buried their paths, and so they moved, again and again, with everything they owned strapped to their backs or dragged on makeshift sleds. Babies wrapped in hide, tools bundled in fur, meat, if they had any, smoked and brittle. They didn't ask the land's permission. They simply survived on its margins, never welcomed, always tested. When they crossed paths with another group, the air thickened. Another band meant mouths to feed, but it also meant danger, competition, perhaps conflict. Not every meeting ended in blood. Sometimes there was trade, knowledge, even breeding, when desperation aligned with need. But often fear won. One group fled, or one attacked, and in either case the dead were left behind, frozen in the snow, bones picked clean by wind and time. Their bones today reveal much more than their stories could. Some skeletons show blunt force trauma to the skull. Others, sharp incisions, healed ribs, snapped femurs grown back wrong. They lived long enough to recover, which means someone cared for them, fed them, defended them. But every healed wound tells a tale of a life that teetered too close to the edge. And those weapons, the ones they shaped from stone, were not crude accidents. The flakes chipped off just so the angles calculated to cut. Some tools are so refined that modern craftsmen still struggle to replicate them. There was knowledge behind each point, muscle memory embedded in calloused hands. A stone spear was a declaration. I am still here. I have not yet died. They shared those tools, taught the craft, passed it down. This wasn't hoarded genius. It was community survival. If one person's weapon failed, it could doom the whole group. Cooperation wasn't a virtue, it was a strategy. The act of hunting was not just about hunger. It was about calculation. Reading the ground, noticing tracks that others missed, watching the wind, knowing when to wait and when to act. It was patience with sharp edges. You couldn't just chase blindly. You had to understand the world in ways that modern humans often forget. The land was a book they read daily, in footprints and scat, in broken branches, and the silence of a field where there should be noise. And when they killed, they did so with purpose. Nothing was wasted. Blood was drained and collected. Fat was scraped into skins. Intestines were cleaned and turned into cords. Eyes, tongues, hooves, all used, all valued. To waste was to disrespect the sacrifice and to endanger the future. But sometimes even the best hunter failed. And when the bellies stayed empty too long, desperation twisted morals. Cannibalism, not legend, not myth, reality. In caves across Europe we find bones not of prey animals but of each other. Split for marrow, scored by stone blades. Flesh taken not for pleasure but for survival. The line between what was acceptable and what was unthinkable blurred in the face of starvation, and once crossed it left no record of judgment, only bone. Despite all this, despite the ice, the predators, the hunger, the wounds, the losses, they left behind traces of grace, lines etched into cave walls, spirals of ochre, charcoal handprints. Someone long ago stood in the flickering firelight and placed their hand against stone, then dusted pigment around it. Their hand, their signature. An ancient way of saying, I was here, I lived, I mattered. They buried their dead, not to hide them from scavengers, but to honour them. The grave was not a pit. It was a space of memory. Sometimes grave goods were placed beside the body. A tool, a flower, a carved object, not necessary for survival, necessary for grief. In those burials we see something profound. A belief perhaps in more than what was visible. A sense that the person did not end with the last breath. That something lingered, or that they, the living, needed to remember. The Neanderthals were not us, but they were not so different that we cannot understand them. Their joys were fleeting but real. The laughter of children, the comfort of shared warmth, the brief satisfaction of a full belly. These were their riches, and they endured for thousands upon thousands of years, not decades, not centuries, epochs. They walked through ice ages, through skies ash-choked from volcanoes, through forests that vanished beneath glaciers, and still they adapted. They did not vanish in a single blaze of tragedy. They dwindled like a candle running low, like a fire untended in too much wind. Modern humans eventually arrived. Different tools, different ways of thinking, and slowly the Neanderthals faded. Not all at once, they interbred, they absorbed, they died. Not because they were weaker, but because the world changed, and their way of surviving could not change fast enough. Yet in our blood, they live on, in our cells, in tiny fragments of DNA, in our memories, even if we don't remember the stories by name. What they left behind was not grandeur, not monuments or cities. It was something quieter, something truer. The proof that life, even at its harshest, can still hold moments of meaning. They never wrote books, but their story is written in stone, in fire-scarred shelters, in worn-down tools, in flowers pressed into ancient graves. And now, through you, it is written again. Their breath rose in clouds against the dark ceilings of caves, curling and twisting, like smoke from the ancient incense. And though they didn't name their prayers or speak their longings into verse, the Neanderthals had rituals of their own, not cast in gold or preserved in scrolls, but marked in ash and pigment and the placement of the dead. These weren't people who had the luxury of philosophy, yet even so they understood loss. They recognized the weight of goodbye. The fire they lit beside their dead was not only to warm flesh, but perhaps to guide a spirit somewhere unknown. Inside one such cave, the air still carries faint traces of what they touched. Grains of ochre cling to the stone. Fossils hold imprints where hands once pressed against walls. These marks don't tell stories in words, but in echoes. If you look closely, you can almost hear a whisper, not of conquest or invention, but of endurance, of holding on for one more night, one more child, one more season of scarce hope. It's in these silent galleries of stone that we discover how much they truly felt. And what we see isn't violence or savagery, but a kind of fragile humanity clinging to its own definition amid chaos. A painted dot, a repeated spiral, a single handprint layered over another. Not signatures of artists, but messages carved into time itself. A need to be remembered, a declaration that existence, no matter how cold and short, was not in vain. These people, so often dismissed as primitive, built their lives on decisions more intricate than we often credit. They crafted tools that didn't just serve, they told a story of skill passed from one generation to another. To create a cutting edge sharp enough to skin an animal or shave wood into a spear shaft required more than chance. It required observation, adaptation, and most of all failure. You tried. You broke the stone, you tried again. You watched someone older show you how to strike just right. Then, when your own child was old enough, you passed that same motion down, your hands guiding theirs. Their world didn't reward laziness or foolishness. A single misjudged move with a flint core could shatter a week's worth of effort. The wrong angle could destroy the point. The wrong moment could cost a life. And yet they kept trying. They kept teaching. There was no ceremony to these lessons, no parchment or title, just a rough hand, a quiet moment, and a flake of stone chiseled toward a usefulness. Their memories were not written, but held in bones and gestures. A boy watched his uncle prepare a fire and remembered the pattern of sparks. A girl observed her mother scrape a hide clean and learned the rhythm of survival. These were not soft lessons. They were soaked in blood and soot and loss, but they lasted. Because forgetting meant death. Even their shelters, so crude by our standards, reveal a cleverness hard to deny. They used what the world offered. Animal ribs for beams, hides for roofs, stones for walls, and ashes for warmth. When the wind howled and snow piled high, they crouched beneath these fragile constructions, hearts pounding with the knowledge that the next storm could tear everything away. Yet they built again, and again, because they had no other choice. Among them, the old were rare. Reaching beyond 30 winters was an accomplishment. Those who bore the lines of many seasons were not just survivors, they were knowledge keepers. Not scholars, but living libraries. A woman who remembered which root soothed fever, which tree's bark held water. A man who had seen the migration of herds 24 times and could guess their next path. But age didn't come gently. Their spines bent from burdens, their joints swelled from constant strain, their teeth ground flat from years of chewing rawhide and tough meat. Yet many of them bore signs of having been cared for when they could no longer fend for themselves. A shattered femur, healed awkwardly. A jaw with missing teeth, yet no signs of starvation. Someone had chewed their food for them. Someone had taken them into the shelter and offered protection when they were weakest. These gestures weren't accidents. They were choices, hard ones. In a world where every bite counted, every warm body needed to pull its weight, choosing to carry the weak was a decision against logic, but perhaps in favour of something deeper, a bond that defied cruelty, a thread of empathy that wrapped around the heart and refused to snap, no matter how sharp the world's teeth became. Their lives were marked by pain, but also by moments of softness, a child's laugh, a mother cradling her newborn despite the danger, a pair of hands clasped in silent grief over a fallen hunter. These are not things we can recover in fossils or measure in sediment, but they are there, between the cracks. They pulse just beneath the evidence, unspoken but not untrue. They watched animals move through the land with reverence and caution. They didn't conquer nature. They moved through it like shadows. A deer's sudden start, a raven's cry overhead, the shift of wind across grass. These were signs, warnings, invitations. They paid attention in ways we've mostly forgotten. The Neanderthal world didn't forgive distraction. There was no faith in abundance. Every successful hunt was a reprieve. Every season of slight warmth, a borrowed gift. They lived in scarcity so constant that it wasn't even named. It just was. The backdrop of every decision, every breath. And when fire flickered low and the dark pressed in, their fears weren't imagined. Predators roamed the edges of their camps, massive creatures with senses sharper than knives and hunger deeper than the snow. A single sound could bring disaster, a misplaced scrap of meat. A baby's cry, a fire too small, These were not small mistakes. They were invitations to death. They posted watchers, took shifts, dozed in fits, one eye always on the entrance. You could survive cold, you could survive hunger, but one wrong moment in the night and you might not wake at all. And yet even then, even knowing this, they shared the firelight. They touched shoulders for warmth. They whispered what passed for comfort, knowing it might not be enough, but offering it anyway. The animals they hunted fought back, reindeer with the crushing hooves, boars with tusks that ripped flesh like paper, bison furious and massive, and above all the mammoth, majestic and tragic, feared and worshipped. Taking down such a beast was an act of godlike effort. It took planning, courage, sacrifice. You cornered it. You drove it toward a cliff. You stabbed it again and again, praying it didn't turn. Sometimes it did turn, and when it did, someone died. But if you succeeded, you fed the group, you clothed them, you equipped them with tools. The mammoth was more than a kill, it was life extended. Weeks of sustenance, a shelter from its bones, thread from its sinew. The risk was terrible, but the reward was salvation. They had no kings, no currency, no borders drawn in ink, but their social lives were bound by trust and tension. A single betrayal could destroy a group. A theft, a fight over a woman, a challenge to authority. These things didn't end in lawsuits. They ended in blood or exile. Leadership wasn't inherited or elected. It was earned in the hunt, in protection, in wisdom. A leader who failed lost everything: respect, safety, maybe even their life. And so leadership was a constant burden, not a privilege. You bore the group's weight, and if it crumbled, it was your fault. Even their language, whatever form it took, was born out of necessity. We don't know what they sounded like. Maybe clicks and grunts, maybe something more melodic, but they communicated, they coordinated, they told each other where the prey had gone, where danger lurked. They warned, they taught, they mourned, and in doing so they created something profound, a shared experience shaped into sound. The children didn't play the way ours do. Their games were practice, learning to stalk, learning to throw, to hide, to stay silent. A stumble in a lesson could one day mean death. So even laughter was laced with caution. When we look at the last centuries of Neanderthal existence, we see the pressure closing in. New humans arrived, different tools, different tactics, and slowly, steadily, the spaces where Neanderthals once thrived began to shrink. Competition grew sharper, food harder to come by, disease crept in on foreign breath. But even as they dwindled, they didn't vanish in shame. They loved until the end. They made things. They buried their dead with care. They left behind beauty in places where no beauty should exist. They were outnumbered, but not diminished. They were fading, but not defeated. Eventually one day, somewhere near Gibraltar or the Pyrenees, the last of them breathed out under a sky they had known for tens of thousands of years. There was no drumbeat, no final cry, just silence. And yet the silence wasn't empty, because we are here. You are here. And inside you perhaps a small echo remains, a trace of that persistence, that strength, that fierce, wordless hope that refused to surrender. They weren't just ancestors, they weren't relics, they were people, and they mattered. In the stillness of the caves they once called home, time does not tick, it echoes. The drip of water from a stalactite sounds almost like a distant heartbeat. The air is thick, not just with age, but with memory. Somewhere deep inside the shadows lies a truth too often ignored, that those who lived before us weren't lesser, only different. Their world shaped them the way rivers shape valleys, slowly, relentlessly, and the marks it left were both visible and invisible. Outside, the wind moves with an old rhythm. It sings the same song it did 40,000 years ago, a howl over frozen grasses and snow-draped cliffs. For the Neanderthals, that sound wasn't poetic. It was a warning that the earth had turned against warmth again, that food would grow scarce, that survival, already a tightrope walk, was about to grow narrower. As winter crept in, it brought with it not just cold but silence. Animals vanished from the landscape. Trees stood naked and brittle, streams iced over, taking with them the last sources of clean water. Nights stretched longer, darker. A moon hung heavy and cruel above the frostbitten soil, casting pale light on the backs of people who had no guarantee they'd live to see spring. Imagine wrapping yourself in fur still heavy with the scent of the beast it came from. There's no fire yet. Your group has run out of dry wood. Your body aches from sleeping on stone. There's a child beside you, shivering in their sleep, too young to understand the scale of the danger. You press closer, not just for them, for you. The heat of one body means a little less risk of waking frozen. They made decisions we might not understand, but they didn't have the luxury of ours. When you live on the edge of extinction, mercy becomes complicated. When food ran out, they didn't starve nobly. They scavenged, they fought, they adapted in ways that would haunt a modern conscience. But the world they knew wasn't asking for ethics. It was demanding choices. Somewhere during one of those endless winters, a child died. Perhaps illness took them, or hunger, or cold. It hardly mattered how. What mattered was what happened after. They didn't leave the body for wolves. They dug with hands torn open on frozen dirt and laid the child gently in the earth. They added feathers, a necklace, something soft, something that said, "You mattered." This wasn't instinct. This was mourning, the kind of mourning only conscious beings can perform. This child's bones, buried so long ago, would one day be found by someone in gloves and lab coat, someone who would document the grave and place the artifacts in glass, but the tenderness behind it can't be boxed or labelled. It can only be felt. Even now, when we know so much more than they ever could, we don't feel more deeply. We only feel differently. The core remains the same. There's a misconception that Neanderthals didn't dream, that because they didn't write epics or build temples, they lacked imagination. But their dreams didn't need parchment. They were carried in stories told beside fire, in gestures passed between generations, in a lullaby hummed while pressing a child's head to a shoulder. Their myths didn't last because they weren't written, but that doesn't mean they never existed. Picture a man kneeling beside a stream, not to drink, but to watch the reflection of the moon ripple across the surface. Maybe he wondered why the light moved. Maybe he believed a spirit lived there. Maybe he spoke to it. Maybe he asked it for help. We'll never know, but that uncertainty, the awareness of something greater, something beyond, is the beginning of belief. And belief in any form is the foundation of every civilization. They understood patterns. When the sun disappeared for too many days, they knew something was changing. When the birds flew a certain way, or when the smell of the air turned sharp and wet, they knew rain would follow. These weren't guesses. These were observations carved into memory. Science before science had a name. Even illness had its signs. A flush in the cheeks, shivering, the colour of vomit. They didn't know the word infection, but they knew the danger it posed. And they tried. They used herbs. They applied moss to wounds. They whispered reassurances over dying loved ones, holding them close even as death arrived, just to make sure the last thing they felt wasn't fear. Some lived longer than others, some seemed indestructible. Hunters who took down mammoths and bears, elders who remembered migrations and seasons so well they could almost predict them. But even they broke. A fall, a sickness, a deep cut that festered. And when it happened, they didn't panic. They made do. A splint from a straight branch. Water warmed over a weak fire. Food chewed and passed from mouth to mouth when teeth were gone. There's no record of what they called these actions. No word in their language for nursing or caregiving. But the acts were there, a blanket tucked tighter, a wound cleaned slowly, a dying man's hand held by someone who had once feared him. They did this not because it helped them survive, but because it helped them remain human. When their world began to vanish, it didn't happen in a single season. It was gradual. Trees changed. Animals migrated earlier. Ice crept farther each year. New people appeared. Strangers with tools sharper than bone, with voices that sounded different, with faces that did not belong to the familiar. Some Neanderthals welcomed them, others avoided them. But slowly the edges of their world began to blur. The land became quieter, not because the Neanderthals had stopped living, but because their numbers had thinned. A camp that once held 30 now held 12. A hunt that once brought back meat now ended in silence. Knowledge began to disappear, one elder at a time. The rhythm of their songs faded, the customs lost nuance. There is a kind of sadness in this ending, but not shame. They did not fail. The world changed faster than they could adapt. The newcomers brought new diseases, new competition, new forms of warfare. And slowly the balance tilted. They didn't disappear in flames. They dimmed like coals under ash, until only the warmth remained. But not all was lost. They left behind fingerprints on the human genome, a few scattered genes passed down through generations, traces of immune systems and skin pigments, Fragments of thought, perhaps. Echoes of endurance. What they gave wasn't just DNA. It was a model for how to face a world that refuses to be kind. They showed that survival doesn't mean cruelty, that love can exist in hunger, that beauty can be created in caves lit only by flickering firelight. They didn't leave behind cities or cathedrals. They left stories in stone, lines etched with care, tools shaped with precision, graves filled with meaning, each artifact a sentence in the long, unfinished story of human struggle. In our own moments of hardship, when the world feels too heavy, we might remember them, not as museum pieces or scientific footnotes, but as reminders. That pain doesn't erase love, that fear doesn't destroy compassion, that even when nothing is certain, we are capable of grace. Because if they could do it, if they could face ice and monsters and starvation, and still find time to cradle a dying friend, to bury a child with flowers, then so can we. Not because we are better, but because we are them. Still walking, still hoping, still human. In a world where no sound was ever truly safe, every crack of a twig, every rustle of grass could mean disaster. The Neanderthals moved not with arrogance, but with reverence for the dangers stitched into the very fabric of their reality. They did not walk as owners of the land, they walked as those who knew at all times that they could be swallowed by it. There were no warnings posted, no signs telling them where not to tread, just instinct, sharpened over millennia, and eyes trained to notice things most of us no longer can. A distant movement that broke the rhythm of the trees, a silence where there should have been birds, a scent that made the hair on the back of your neck rise, long before your mind understood why. To be Neanderthal was to be hunted as much as hunter. The same caves they sheltered in were sometimes claimed by animals that made them seem small. Bears that stood taller than two men, with teeth capable of cracking skulls like fruit. Lions larger than any living today, prowling the edges of night with eyes that glowed in firelight. And worse, creatures whose names are now lost, but whose bones tell stories of strength and terror. They didn't conquer these beasts. They negotiated with them in blood, sometimes by avoidance, sometimes through battle. And in that battle, the outcome was never guaranteed. Weapons were never perfect. A spear might break, a rock might slip. And in those few seconds, when death lunged forward with claws and fury, they had only themselves. No backup, no reinforcements, just their own breath, their own heartbeat, and the decision to fight. Some lived, many didn't. The ones who survived didn't just walk away with bruises, they limped for life, they lost limbs, they bore scars that didn't just mar skin, but dug into memory. And yet they kept going. Not because they were fearless, but because fear was a luxury. You couldn't afford to be paralysed. You ran, you hid, you fought, but you never stopped moving. Even inside the safety of their group, danger brewed. Hunger twisted tempers. Injury changed hierarchies. A weak leader could get people killed. A strong one could become a tyrant. But most of the time, the dynamic wasn't cruelty. It was necessity. The one who knew where the herds went, who could recognise a storm 2 days away, who killed clean and shared wisely, that was the one they followed. And yet that power was always fragile. One wrong call, one failed hunt, one lost fire, and trust could crumble. There were no second terms. No forgiveness if your choices left bones behind in the snow. Still, among all this, there was structure. Unspoken roles that held their society together. The gatherers who found roots that didn't poison. The craftsmen whose fingers knew how to coax stone into blade. The mothers who nursed, who guided, who stitched together scraps of life into something endurable. The watchers who sat up long after others slept, eyes fixed on the blackness beyond the fire. Every one of them mattered, because if even one thread broke, the whole fabric could unravel. Children weren't raised in innocence, they were raised in awareness, taught through hardship, fed last when food ran low. Their toys, if they had any, were bones or stones. Their stories were warnings, the wolf who waits, the river that pulls, the branch that snaps beneath a foot too light. But even then, even amid the harshness, there was laughter. There had to be. A joke shared after danger passed, a grin from a child who discovered how to balance on one foot, a chuckle from a grandfather watching his clumsy attempt at crafting a spear. These moments mattered more than we'll ever know, because in a place where tomorrow wasn't promised, joy became an act of rebellion. Their diet wasn't simple, it was brutal. Meat was the centerpiece when they were lucky. But far more often they relied on whatever could be foraged. Plants that didn't burn the throat, bugs that didn't carry disease, mushrooms that wouldn't kill on contact. They tested things the only way they could, by watching others. Sometimes by trial and error, and sometimes by paying for mistakes with a life. They didn't eat for pleasure. They ate to stay upright, to think clearly enough to plan, to run far enough to catch what ran away. And when starvation came, it came not like a storm, but like a creeping shadow. Slowly it stole strength, then hope, then the ability to care. It made fathers snap at children, made mothers close their eyes when someone took the last strip of dried meat, made people choose between feeding a sibling or themselves. But even here, something remarkable persisted. They shared, not always, not perfectly, but often enough to prove something important, that in a world where selfishness could mean survival, they still chose togetherness. Their shelters, crude as they were, became spaces of warmth and memory. A circle of stones, a wall of hide against the wind. The same place revisited each year, marked not with carvings, but with footsteps and familiarity. A spot where someone had been born, where someone else had died. Places that mattered, not because of what stood there, but because of who had once stood within them. They carried no flags, but they belonged to places. And they buried their dead not out of convenience, but out of reverence. There's a kind of silence around Neanderthal graves that speaks louder than words. Bones curled into fetal positions, tools placed within reach, stones arranged with care. These weren't just bodies returned to the ground. They were farewells. There's no clear answer as to what they believed about death. But belief was there. It always is, when you spend your life walking beside it. Maybe they thought of the spirit returning to the stars. Maybe they feared it would stay unless properly guided. Maybe they simply needed to do something with the grief. Because grief is a weight. And even they couldn't carry it forever without setting it down somewhere. They had no written language, but they had memory. And memory meant stories. Maybe not stories with heroes and villains, but with lessons. The animal that fooled a hunter. The woman who survived alone for 6 nights. The time lightning split the sky and fire came from the ground. These tales mattered. They were passed on not for entertainment but for survival. And so a boy would sit close to his grandfather, not for warmth, but to listen. And a girl would repeat her mother's words as she scraped hide, so the rhythm would stay in her hands long after her mother was gone. They had music too, maybe. Rhythm struck on hollow bones, a whistle made from a bird's wing, a hum passed down through time, echoing in caves long emptied of bodies. These weren't concerts. They were expressions, maybe rituals, maybe lullabies, maybe grief transformed into sound. As they approached their final centuries, their numbers waned. Slowly, quietly. Fewer children, more funerals, elders with no one left to teach, camps abandoned, roots forgotten, and eventually voices that once filled forests fell scant. It wasn't defeat, it was a closing chapter. They weren't wiped out overnight. They faded, intermingled. Some were absorbed, some moved to harsher lands and perished, some simply stopped. Their last fires burned low in places where no one stood to rekindle them. And then, just like that, the land grew still. But they left behind more than bones. They left pieces of themselves in us, in cheekbones, in skin, in ways we respond to altitude, in how our bodies fight certain illnesses. The Neanderthals are gone, but not erased. They are quiet now, but not forgotten. Not if we remember what they endured, what they created, what they loved, and what they gave. They remind us of what it means to survive without comfort, to love without certainty, to build something even when the wind howls louder than your own voice. They remind us that the human story didn't begin with us, that before every city, before every empire, before every written word, there were people in the snow, kneeling beside fires they made with calloused hands, whispering hope into the darkness. And maybe, if we're quiet long enough, we can still hear them. Not in words, but in the silence between our own. Somewhere deep in the marrow of our bones, there's a memory that doesn't belong to us alone. It doesn't have a date, a location, or a name. It isn't written in books or painted on walls, but it lingers, humming quietly beneath the surface. It's the memory of a life lived with nothing but breath, instinct, and will. A life where the Neanderthal stood not as a shadow of modern man, but as something distinct, complete and dignified in a way few have ever understood. They didn't need the future to make their days important. They had only the present and the choices made inside of it. There were no plans decades ahead. There were no retirements, no old age homes, no dreams of a quiet life. Just this day, this fire, this hunt, this cold, this wound, this child. Their world was never quiet in the way we think of peace. It was a world of noise layered on noise. The wind cried through the trees. Wolves howled from distant hills. Rivers cracked under the weight of frost. Birds warned of what the eye couldn't yet see. There was no such thing as background. Every sound had meaning. Every silence had weight. And beneath that orchestra of survival, they moved like whispers between storms. Their footprints were temporary, their shelters even more so. The land took everything back the moment they moved on. A camp one day would be nothing but windblown dust by the next snow. Even their fires, so carefully tended, left behind nothing but ash and a circle of darkened stone. But within that impermanence, they carved out moments that mattered. They did not build pyramids or inscribe laws. Their hands were busy with things more urgent, tying sinew, scraping hides, holding spears, wiping dirt from a child's cheek with a thumb roughened by years of work. They lived lives shaped by necessity, but still managed to find fragments of something more. The weather didn't change in gentle curves, it shifted like a sword swing, suddenly, with precision and without mercy. What started as a grey sky in the morning could turn into an avalanche of ice and wind by nightfall. And when it did, there were no warnings, no weather alerts, no shelters with central heat, only what you could build, what you could burn, and who you could huddle against. It was not unusual for someone to go out looking for wood and never return. Tracks vanished under fresh snow. Ice broke under weight. Predators followed from just out of sight. And when someone didn't come back, you waited for a while. Then you moved on. Because waiting too long for one could cost the rest. Even rest itself wasn't what we'd recognise. Sleep was a cautious activity, taken in shifts. One person always near the fire, another near the entrance. Weapons within arm's reach. Not because they expected danger, but because it had happened before. And would again. Food wasn't about flavour, it was about survival. Fat was more valuable than spice, meat more precious than variety. And when there was nothing, you learned to chew on roots, on bark, on old leather softened by boiling. You learned to eat things that modern mouths would reject. And still, you were grateful. There are stories, carved not in words but in the lines of ancient bones, of mothers nursing infants while starving themselves, of men walking into blizzards to lead predators away from their families, of children burying parents before they had even learned to speak properly. These stories are not dramatic, they're ordinary. That was what life meant. Pain was constant. Infection came easily. Toothaches lasted months. Backs ached from early adolescence. Feet split from walking onto frozen ground. Yet they didn't complain. Not because they didn't feel, but because complaining didn't feed you. It didn't stop the cold. It didn't bring the mammoth closer. And yet, there was comfort, in closeness, in routine, in firelight on fur, in the way one person's hum soothed a frightened child, in the warm meat shared after a hunt, passed hand to hand with tired relief, in the memory of someone who once taught you how to hold a tool just right. They didn't need language for love. It showed in gesture, in presence, in staying when you could have left, in feeding someone else before feeding yourself, in risking your life to drag another from danger. Love in their world was rarely spoken, but always shown. Disease didn't spread through cities, it spread through families. A cough became a death sentence. A fever burned with no remedy. When someone fell ill, they were surrounded, not shunned. They were fed by hand, held close, cooled with wet cloth if water could be spared. And when death came, it came surrounded by faces who would remember. The old ones, those who lived past the average lifespan, were valued beyond measure. They were not burdens, even when they could no longer walk. They were knowledge. They remembered the last time the herd passed early. They remembered which roots could cure stomach cramps. They remembered who was related to whom, when bloodlines were blurred. When the last snows melted and spring came again, it wasn't a celebration. It was a reprieve. A chance to begin the cycle once more, to sharpen tools dulled by ice, to rebuild shelters collapsed by storms, to bury the ones who hadn't made it through. There were always graves come spring, but also babies. And with each new birth, hope flickered again. Time didn't pass for them in years. It passed in migrations, in the shifting of stars, in the return of flowers, in the loss of a friend, in the growth of a child's shadow. They knew the rhythm of these things with a precision that came not from study but from survival. As their numbers dwindled, it wasn't obvious at first. A missed birth here, a quiet camp there, one group never seen again, another too small to hunt large game. Then the crafts grew simpler, the tools less sharp, the fires dimmer, and still they went on, unaware that they were becoming the last. Some of them likely knew, not consciously, but deep in the bones, a weariness that wasn't from age, a silence in the forest where there had once been voices, fewer footsteps, fewer faces around the fire, the realization that what was once shared is now forgotten, and still, they cared. They buried their dead with the same care, they etched the same lines into stone, they shaped the same tools, even if fewer hands held them, until one day they stopped. The last breath wasn't recorded. It wasn't marked by ceremony. It passed into the air like all the others before it. And then it was done. The world kept turning. But something old, something profound had ended. Yet it had not ended completely. Because when you look in the mirror, when you touch the curve of your brow, or feel the cold in your bones on a winter morning, you are touching something ancient. You are the echo of a people who refused to quit, who walked into the storm every time because turning back was never an option. They are not gone, not really. They walk with us still, in silence, in instinct, in the way we hold each other close when the night grows too long. And through us, their fire never truly dies. What kind of memory lives in the body? Not the kind shaped by words or photographs, but the kind woven into instinct. The kind that stirs in your spine when a shadow moves unexpectedly. The kind that tightens your breath when you hear a distant howl. That memory belongs to someone who lived before language. Someone who looked at the world not through windows or screens, but face to face. Someone who didn't read about survival, but tasted it in every bite of meat, felt it in every icy gust, feared it with every flicker of the fire fading too soon. That someone was Neanderthal. And though they vanished from the earth tens of thousands of years ago, they didn't vanish entirely. What they knew, what they suffered, what they loved, some of it lives on in us, deeper than awareness, older than story. A whisper in the bones, a tension in the gut. A sense that we are not the first to struggle, not the first to endure. They were not immortal, but they were never meaningless. Walk back into their world again, if only in your mind. The forest smells of damp earth and blood. The air has a heaviness that promises rain or danger, or both. Your feet hurt because they always do. The soles are calloused, but the rocks are sharp. You've walked for days, maybe weeks, and you're not sure you'll find the herd. You're not sure the shelter from last winter still stands. You're not sure you'll make it through another season. But you keep walking, because stopping means death. You carry everything you need, or you carry nothing. There are no pack animals, no carts, no wheels, just what your back can bear and what your hands can hold. A flint blade, a fire starter, a pouch of dried meat if you're lucky. You've tied strips of hide around your legs to keep the wind from splitting your skin open. They work until they tear. Your group is smaller than it was last year. You don't talk about it. You just feel it. In the extra space at the fire. In the way no one uses a certain name anymore. In the way people avoid looking at a spot near the riverbank where someone didn't return. But there's still life. It clings on. You can hear it in the giggle of a child trying to mimic the sound of an owl. In the way a mother gently pulls thorns from her daughter's feet. In the moment when a hunter returns with blood on his arms and a small victorious nod, and everyone breathes again. Even amid pain, these moments matter. They had no written contracts, no declarations of rights, but they had expectations. You eat what you help hunt. You sleep where you've kept the fire going. You care for the injured because once someone cared for you. There is no law, but there is balance. Break it and the group falters. Break it too often and you are left behind. Exile isn't a word to them, it's a death sentence. No one survives alone. You don't have time to mourn the luxury of self. You're part of the group, or you are already halfway into the cold. The seasons are their calendar. Not days on a page, but changes in the wind, in the trees, in the habits of animals. The birds fly low. The squirrels dig frantically. The berries grow fewer, darker, then vanish. These are the signs, not of time passing, but of time turning dangerous again. And when it turns, you move. You don't debate it. You listen to the ones who've lived longer, who know where the caves might still be dry, who've seen storms roll in from the mountains, You trust their judgment because their experience has already saved you once, maybe twice. The journey is never smooth. There are river crossings that leave you soaked and shivering. There are nights without fire. There are injuries that slow the group and decisions about who is carried and who must walk or fall behind. And always, there are eyes in the dark. You know the predators. You can name them without words. You know their smell, their patterns, their sounds. You've heard the shriek of a big cat as it launches from a ledge. You've seen the aftermath of a bear breaking into a shelter. You've lost people to them. You've wounded them too. Predators don't fear you. They study you. They wait for weakness. A child wandering, a group distracted, a fire gone cold. Then they move, fast and final. But you're not helpless. You've made traps, dug pits, tied stones to branches to create snares. You've sharpened spears and practiced throws. You've mimicked the calls of birds to send signals through the trees. You've learned how to run without leaving a trail. You've hidden in silence, breathless as something massive passed inches away. Still, even all that skill cannot guarantee safety. Nah. So when you sit at the fire and the child beside you finally sleeps, you do not relax. You watch the trees. You listen to the wind. You feed the flames one stick at a time, counting each as a moment bought against the dark. And in the morning, if you wake, you move again. Their survival was never guaranteed. That's why it mattered. Every day was a risk. Every breath was earned. Their lives were stitched together from choices made in real time, without pause, without safety nets. And still they found a way to live. They found a way to bury the ones they loved, to decorate their graves, to mourn not just with tears, but with action. You don't spend hours digging into frozen earth for someone you didn't care about. You don't place a carved shell beside the head of someone you've already forgotten. You do these things because love refuses to die quietly. Some graves show signs of return, as if someone came back season after season to sit nearby, to remember, to grieve again. Even when the body was long gone, the memory remained. You can almost see them hunched over in the snow, holding something small in their hands, maybe a stone that once belonged to the dead, maybe nothing at all, just silence. And then they get up and walk away, because they have to. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know what names they whispered to their children, or what sounds they made in joy or in fear, but we know they had both. We've seen the impressions of their fingers where they smeared pigment across walls. We've found tools shaped with care and worn smooth with use. We've unearthed bones healed from injury, proof that someone helped them survive long after they could no longer contribute. That kind of care doesn't come from instinct alone. It comes from culture, from choice. It comes from the belief, spoken or not, that life is not just about surviving. It's about helping others survive too. Eventually new people arrived. They looked different. They carried different tools. They hunted in strange ways. Their groups were larger. Their weapons more advanced. At first, perhaps there was curiosity, then tension, then competition. Some Neanderthals may have joined them. Others avoided them. Some fought, some traded, some interbred. Their worlds overlapped briefly, but the balance shifted. The Neanderthals couldn't compete, not because they were less, but because the pace of change had outrun them. Their world was designed for endurance, not expansion. And the newcomers expanded, quickly, relentlessly. Soon the places that had once held firelight and laughter were empty. But even then, even in their feeding, the Neanderthals left behind something extraordinary. Not just tools and bones, but legacy. A legacy carried in the double helix of modern humans. A legacy written in endurance. When you feel the ache of exhaustion and push anyway, when you protect someone weaker than you, when you make something useful from almost nothing, when you stop and grieve for someone who is gone, in those moments you carry them forward. Not as ancestors from a forgotten world, but as pieces of yourself. They are not gone, because you are here. Somewhere beneath the bones of mountains, under fields that now grow wheat or cities that breathe in glass and steel, there are still traces of them. You can't see them when you walk above. You won't hear them whispering your name in the wind, but they're there, lying in layers of dust and earth, in places once warmed by their breath, shaped by their hands and filled with their voices. Those voices no longer echo in language, but in presence, in remains, in the echo of a species who never wrote their story down, because their story was their life. No one told the Neanderthals how to live. There were no elders sitting with scrolls, no prophets with commands. They lived because they had to. They stayed alive because the alternative was silence. They learned through wounds, through success carved from failure, through watching an elder's hand tie a knot the right way, or a child's first attempt to throw a spear fall short, only to be corrected by the smallest nod. Nothing was taken for granted. Every skill was taught through demonstration, through repetition, through time. There were no shortcuts, no manuals, no easy answers, only learning, day after day, with the full knowledge that misunderstanding could kill. When you hunted, you did not hunt to display dominance. You hunted to continue. Every movement mattered. You observed the smallest footprints, the angle of crushed grass, the scent of fur left on bark. You studied, because hunger made every sense sharper. And when the time came, your legs moved like spring-loaded branches. You didn't shout. You didn't hesitate. You struck with the hope that this time the stone would hold, the sinew would stretch, and the beast would fall. Sometimes it didn't. And in that failure someone bled. Or worse. And those who survived had no luxury of mourning in place. They moved, carrying not just the loss, but the knowledge of how it happened. Each death etched more deeply into their understanding of the world, each injury a lesson written in pain. You didn't ask if it was fair, you didn't wait for justice, you survived. Even birth was a battle. With no medicine, no tools, and no certainty, women delivered children surrounded by stone firelight and the trembling hands of those who came before them. And still, they managed. The pain wasn't hidden, it was met head-on. And when a new cry pierced the smoke and shadows, there was no celebration with song or ceremony, just breath, just the quiet realization that another had arrived into a world that would not make room for them easily. Infants weren't coddled. They were held close, carried everywhere, fed as often as possible, watched constantly. Because the world offered no second chances, illness came swiftly, accidents faster, teeth arrived with fever. Learning to crawl meant learning where not to crawl, and still these children laughed. They smiled. They reached out with sticky hands to touch the faces of their parents and found warmth there. That's how love looked then. Raw, unsweetened, necessary. There are signs, scars on skulls that show recovery from severe trauma. Legs that healed after being broken, spines twisted by disease yet not discarded. These people weren't abandoned. They were helped, fed, protected, treated not as burdens but as part of the whole. That decision to keep someone alive who cannot help themselves is not instinct. It is something else, something we call humanity, though they didn't have a word for it. They simply lived it. The cycle of seasons ruled them, not by superstition but by law of nature. There was no debate with the frost, no argument with the heat, only the choice to bend or to break. They read the sky with eyes sharper than modern memory. They followed the animal migrations with a rhythm passed down through generations. Their maps were drawn in memory, not ink. A bend in a river, a stone shaped like a tooth, a tree where the bark turned silver after rain. These were their landmarks, their signs, their coordinates. They knew places not as propagadir, but as patterns. This valley is safe after the third snow. That cave floods if the river rises. This ridge holds sun longer in the fall. This field blooms late but feeds deer in spring. They held these truths not on paper, but in mind, transferring them like sacred songs through gesture, story, and movement. And when they met others, it wasn't always war. Many times it was avoidance, sometimes curiosity. Glance across a firelit clearing, a shared watering hole, trade of goods, a sharp flake for a polished bone, a fruit for a fish. Communication didn't need a shared tongue. It needed willingness. And even then, it wasn't always peaceful. But it wasn't always violent either. Sometimes the story of humanity is written in the spaces between conflict and communion. They didn't see themselves as special. They didn't climb a mountain and look down and say, "We are chosen." They didn't have that kind of ego. Their spirituality, if you can call it that, was in their actions. They gave thanks in the way they treated the meat after a kill, using every part. They marked the earth with pigment, not to claim it, but perhaps to honour it. They sat in silence at the mouths of caves, watching lightning split sky and wondering, perhaps, what lived in the spaces between thunder. We can only guess, but guesses, when grounded in evidence, become bridges, and those bridges lead us to uncomfortable places, because it's easier to believe they were simple, easier to think of them as shadows, less than, not quite. But the evidence says otherwise. It says they cared for their sick, that they buried their dead, that they shaped tools with precision and purpose, that they adapted across thousands of miles of climate and terrain, that they passed on knowledge in ways that kept them alive through centuries of ice. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens through brilliance, a kind we stopped recognizing when we started writing books. What we've called primitive was, in their world, genius. A spear balanced just right to fly farther. A fire started with nothing but stone and breath. A shelter shaped to catch warmth and block wind. A medicine found in a plant only one elder knew. These were not random tricks. They were discoveries made under pressure, tested by fire, blood, and time, and when they died, they did not vanish completely. Their bones lie curled in sleep under rock and soil. Their tools rest beside them. Bits of ochre still cling to walls they once painted. Their genes twist in our veins, whispering old instructions. They are present not just in archaeology, but in biology. That jawline, that immune reaction, that response to altitude, that quiet fear that rises when the dark grows thick and full of sounds. These things didn't come from nowhere. They came from the people who lived and died before the first myth was ever told. We owe them more than footnotes. We owe them remembrance. They were not ghosts waiting to disappear. They were people as real as us, living on terms dictated by the raw, untamed world around them. And they held on longer than anyone expected. Long enough to make marks on this earth. Long enough to make marks on us. In the stillness between now and then, you might feel it. The thin thread of connection that doesn't rust or fade. It's not nostalgia. It's not fantasy. It's continuity. Their hands are gone, but their fire in some mummies still burns. Beneath layers of ice and time, in the places where sunlight never quite reached and silence stretched for miles, there were once footsteps. Not heavy like ours, weighed down by boots and tools, but deliberate, unshod, silent in their wisdom. These steps moved not across paved streets, but across wild land that asked for no permission, offered no promise, and recognized no ownership. The Neanderthals made their way through this landscape not with dominance, but with negotiation, and every footfall was a question answered only by whether the day would let them live. They were not lost souls wandering in confusion. They were not waiting for us to arrive and teach them how to be human. They were human, entirely. Their humanity didn't come from machines or books or cities. It came from endurance, from connection, from the raw will to continue through storms that would drown us today in minutes. It came from the patience to wait in frozen stillness while prey moved past unaware, from the clarity to trace an animal's path across days of snowfall, from the courage to return home with nothing and face hungry eyes knowing tomorrow would be harder still. Their homes were not permanent, a cave for a week, a rocky overhang for a season. The warmth of old firestones buried in the ground where someone had once knelt to light a spark. That was shelter, a roof to keep out rain, no door to lock behind them, just walls carved by time, and the smell of wood smoke clinging to everything they carried. When night came, they did not rest easily. One ear always tilted toward the dark. The fire was never just warmth, it was life. Kept low to avoid attention, but alive enough to see their faces. You could tell who slept lightly by the way their fingers still clutched at a tool even in slumber. They dreamed, perhaps, not of flight or wealth, but of safety, of full bellies, of the sound of laughter that meant another day had ended without loss. Language wasn't the same for them, but communication never waited for words. A glance told you more than a paragraph. A tilt of the head warned you of danger. The way someone knelt beside the injured told you whether they knew what to do. Their voices were part of it, of course. Grunts, hays, shouts, low hums. But more than sound, it was rhythm. The rhythm of bodies working in harmony. Of tasks shared without being assigned. Of burdens carried without being spoken. When a hunt succeeded, the meat wasn't hoarded. It was laid out, cut, divided. The children got soft pieces. The elders got what was easiest to chew. The strong didn't need more. They needed everyone alive. Even the dogs, wild and half tame, lurking at the edge of firelight, got bones. And when there was only a little, it was stretched. Boiled again and again. Gnawed down to powder. Every tool they made was more than survival. It was an expression. A flake of stone shaped just so, balanced in the palm like it belonged there. A handle wrapped with hide, not just for the grip, but for memory. This one from a deer taken in the north, the winter the river froze too fast. Their tools told stories, not in sentences, but in wear patterns. in stains, in edges resharpened after every failure. They made things even when there was no threat. They etched lines into bone, they smoothed stones that served no clear purpose. They painted with ash and blood and crushed rock. These were not distractions, they were declarations. We are here, we see, we feel, we remember. When one of them fell ill, they didn't walk away. They pressed cool hands against fevered skin, they chewed food and fed it mouth to mouth, they stayed until breath gave out. And even then, they didn't treat the dead like refuse. They curled them in sleep-like positions, placed tokens nearby, arranged stones with care. Not because they had to, but because it mattered. It always mattered. And when they grieved, it was not quiet. Or perhaps it was quiet in the way that silence can scream louder than sound. Grief lived in the way someone sat a little too still, in how no one touched a certain space near the fire, in the hush that fell when a child asked where someone had gone, and no one had the language to answer. Their families weren't made from blood alone, they were made from survival, from trust earned in nights spent watching each other's backs. They knew who would share their last bite, they knew who would freeze for them, who would fight, who would run, who would come back with help. You didn't need a wedding or a name to belong. You needed only loyalty proven in hunger, in danger, in the terrible choice between fear and sacrifice. As years passed, the climate shifted. Ice encroached. Forests thinned. Herds moved on. Water became trickle where once it had been flood. The paths they had followed for generations no longer led to life, so they moved too, not all in the same direction. Some went north, chasing memories. Some turned south, hoping the old stories were true. Some stayed, too rooted in place, and disappeared into the frost. And in this migration something else changed. They began to encounter others, those who had come from distant lands, whose bodies were leaner, whose tools were different. The newcomers didn't speak the same language, but the tension was understood. Sometimes it ended in blood, sometimes in retreat, sometimes in curiosity. They watched each other across rivers, across valleys, and slowly, inevitably, they touched. Sometimes with violence, sometimes with kindness. Children were born who looked like both. They carried something new and something old, a blend of paths, of timelines. This blending didn't save them, nor did it destroy them. It simply changed the story. Some lines faded, others continued, altered but unbroken, not lost, transformed. And as their world continued to shift, they did not complain, they did not protest, they did not write down warnings. They adapted until adaptation could no longer keep pace. When they vanished, it wasn't in a blaze, it was in increments, in fewer camps, in colder fires, in stories no one told anymore. But their end was not erasure, it was transition. And now, thousands of years later, we stand where they once stood, breathing air they once shaped with sighs, walking ground that remembers their steps more honestly than we do. We build towers, fly machines, split atoms. But in our most desperate hours, in hunger, in fear, in love, in pain, we become them again. We cling to warmth, we search for signs, we bury our dead with care, we whisper names into darkness and hope someone, somewhere, hears. So no, they are not gone, not truly, not while we still carry fire. If you listen closely on certain nights, when everything goes still and the wind carries no smell of smoke or engine, you might feel it. Not a sound exactly, more like a presence, something deep in the soil, woven into the branches overhead, stitched into the stars. It's not memory, it's not myth, it's older than both. It's the impression left by those who came before us, long before steel touched the earth or glass reached the sky, and what you feel in that hush is them. The Neanderthals weren't myths. They weren't experiments, they weren't almost us. They were real in the way that hunger is real, in the way a wound is real, in the way love is real when there's nothing left to gain from giving it. Their lives were carved not in marble or storybooks, but into the very bedrock of survival. And that carving is still there, beneath every sidewalk, under every blade of grass, inside the breath we barely notice. They didn't know anything of destiny. The word didn't exist for them. They woke up not because they had plans, but because they hadn't died in the night. They stood up, stretched aching joints, wiped sleep from eyes with calloused fingers, and began again. Not for glory, not for advancement, but because they were alive. And to be alive meant to move, to search, to endure. The morning didn't begin with birdsong. Sometimes it started with a scream, a predator too near, a child's fever that hadn't broken, a sudden storm that swallowed everything in its path. They didn't greet the sun, they checked the sky for signs. Were the clouds fast or heavy? Did the wind taste of coming snow? Were their tracks outside the shelter, familiar or foreign? Every day brought uncertainty, and yet every day they showed up to live it. There was no news, no forecasts, no expectations beyond what they could hold in their hands. Their calendar was muscle memory, their seasons measured in what grew, what died, what returned. The cycle was not marked on paper, it was embedded in their bones. Food wasn't routine, it was pursuit. If you wanted meat, you walked. You climbed, you waited, you tracked, sometimes for days. You studied the land like it was a language, reading bent twigs, upturned stones, warm patches in cold soil. Your prey didn't give second chances. One mistake and the herd was gone. And if you were lucky and the spear hit true, the work had only just begun. The animal was heavy. You couldn't drag it far, you butchered it there, surrounded by sounds that made your neck tighten. Each movement had urgency. Every cut was memorized. Fat was gathered like treasure. Organs removed quickly, kept for warmth and nutrition. Nothing was wasted, not because of principle, but because of desperation. And when the group returned, it wasn't celebration that followed, it was efficiency. Fires kindled, knives sharpened, skins stretched, meat smoked, children tasked with fetching water or stacking wood. There was no praise, only nods, only relief. That night, the fire burned longer. Bellies full for once. The younger ones fell asleep with red-stained fingers. The older ones didn't smile, but their shoulders dropped a little. A quiet moment carved out of chaos. Then, inevitably, the cold returned. The food dwindled. The wind picked up. Another day of hardship began. They weren't inventing art for beauty's sake. They weren't seeking audiences. The ochre handprints left in caves were not made to impress. They were evidence of presence, of identity. A quiet cry across time. I was here, I existed, I mattered. Sometimes they carved lines into bones. Not random, not decorative. Repeating, purposeful. Perhaps they counted days. Maybe they honoured the dead. Maybe they kept track of the stars. We don't know, but we know they did it again and again, ritual even if wordless, and they didn't fear death the way we do. They knew it would come. It had come for parents, siblings, children. It didn't matter if you were good or strong or clever. Death came all the same. But they didn't run from it. They prepared. They dug. They honoured. Various times they returned to the same site year after year, adding one more to the circle. And in that preparation there was something sacred. They understood grief not as weakness, but as an extension of love. To bury meant to remember. To remember meant to resist the forgetting that time always tried to bring. Their strength was not only physical, though it had to be, pulling sleds, climbing cliffs, standing against beasts we now know only through bones. But more than that, their endurance was spiritual. They endured loneliness, isolation, silence, the weight of knowing that your pain didn't matter to the world, that your suffering would be unnoticed by anything except the few around you. And still they stayed kind, they helped the injured, they soothed the frightened, they fed the small. This was not noble, it was necessary, because compassion, in their world, wasn't a virtue. It was survival. A group that turned inward collapsed. A family that ignored its weakest fell apart in the frost. Even their silence was loud. You could sit beside a Neanderthal for hours, never speaking, and still feel everything they were feeling. Their communication wasn't built on volume or speed. It was built on presence, on touch, on movement, on the kind of eye contact that didn't shy away from pain. Their hands bore witness to their lives. Thick fingers, cracked nails, knuckles worn smooth by constant pressure. These hands were maps. You could read years in their scars. One slice from a sharp stone here. One burn from a fire that got too hot. One fracture from a hunt gone wrong. And they kept going, because what choice did they have? We talk about extinction as if it happened in a moment, as if one day they were here and the next they were gone. But it wasn't like that. It was slow, like a river drying out. First a few groups disappearing, then fewer children surviving, then long stretches of time without anyone to leave behind prints, then just bones. Bones that didn't scream of defeat. Bones that whispered, we were here as long as we could be. And that time, it was long. Far longer than modern humans have existed so far, they outlasted empires before empires existed. They endured climate changes we still struggle to explain, they saw the Earth reshaped by time, and they adapted again and again until they couldn't anymore. But even then, in the end, they left something behind. Not just objects, not just fossils, they left part of themselves in us. In cheekbones, in skin, in ways we respond to altitude, in how our bodies fight certain illnesses. The Neanderthals are gone, but not erased. They are quiet now, but not forgotten. Not if we remember what they endured, what they created, what they loved, and what they gave. They remind us of what it means to survive without comfort, to love without certainty, to build something even when the wind howls louder than your own voice. They remind us that the human story didn't begin with us, that before every city, before every empire, before every written word, there were people in the snow kneeling beside fires they made with calloused hands, whispering hope into the darkness. And maybe, if we're quiet long enough, we can still hear them. Not in words, but in the silence between our own. Somewhere deep in the marrow of our bones, there's a memory that doesn't belong to us alone. It doesn't have a date, a location, or a name. It isn't written in books or painted on walls, but it lingers, humming quietly beneath the surface. It's the memory of a life lived with nothing but breath, instinct, and will. A life where the Neanderthal stood not as a shadow of modern man, but as something distinct, complete, and dignified in a way few have ever understood. They didn't need the future to make their days important. They had only the present and the choices made inside of it. There were no plans decades ahead. There were no retirements, no old age homes, no dreams of a quiet life. Just this day, this fire, this hunt, this cold, this wound, this child. Their world was never quiet in the way we think of peace. It was a world of noise layered on noise. The wind cried through the trees. Wolves howled from distant hills. Rivers cracked under the weight of frost. Birds warned of what the eye couldn't yet see. There was no such thing as background. Every sound had meaning. Every cadence had weight. And beneath that orchestra of survival, they moved like whispers between storms. Their footprints were temporary, their shelters even more so. The land took everything back the moment they moved on. A camp one day would be nothing but windblown dust by the next snow. Even their fires, so carefully tended, left behind nothing but ash and a circle of darkened stone. But within that impermanence, they carved out moments that mattered. They did not build pyramids or inscribe laws. Their hands were busy with things more urgent. Tying sinew, scraping hides, holding spears, wiping dirt from a child's cheek with a thumb roughened by years of work. They lived lives shaped by necessity, but still managed to find fragments of something more. The weather didn't change in gentle curves, it shifted like a sword swing, suddenly, with precision, and without mercy. What started as a grey sky in the morning could turn into an avalanche of ice and wind by nightfall. And when it did, there were no warnings, no weather alerts, no shelters with central heat. Only what you could build, what you could burn, and who you could huddle against. It was not unusual for someone to go out looking for wood and never return. Tracks vanished under fresh snow. Ice broke under weight. Predators followed from just out of sight. And when someone didn't come back, you waited for a while. Then you moved on. Because waiting too long for one could cost the rest. Even rest itself wasn't what we'd recognise. Sleep was a cautious activity, taken in shifts. One person always near the fire, another near the entrance, weapons within arm's reach, not because they expected danger, but because it had happened before, and would again. Food wasn't about flavour, it was about survival. Fat was more valuable than spice, meat more precious than variety. And when there was nothing, you learned to chew on roots, on bark, on old leather softened by boiling. You learned to eat things that modern mouths would reject. And still you were grateful. There are stories, carved not in words but in the lines of ancient bones, of mothers nursing infants while starving themselves. Of men walking into blizzards to lead predators away from their families. Of children burying parents before they had even learned to speak properly. These stories are not dramatic, they're ordinary. That was what life meant. Pain was constant. Infection came easily. Toothaches lasted months. Backs ached from early adolescence. Feet split from walking on frozen ground. Yet they didn't complain. Not because they didn't feel, but because complaining didn't feed you. It didn't stop the cold. It didn't bring the mammoth closer. And yet there was comfort. in closeness, in routine, in firelight on fur, in the way one person's hum soothed a frightened child, in the warm meat shared after a hunt passed hand to hand with tired relief, in the memory of someone who once taught you how to hold a tool just right. They didn't need language for love. It showed in gesture, in presence, in staying when you could have left, in feeding someone else before feeding yourself, in risking your life to drag another from danger. Love in their world was rarely spoken, but always shown. Disease didn't spread through cities. It spread through families. A cough became a death sentence. A fever burned with no remedy. When someone fell ill, they were surrounded, not shunned. They were fed by hand, held close, cooled with wet cloth if water could be spared. And when death came, it came surrounded by faces who would remember. The old ones, those who lived past the average lifespan, were valued beyond measure. They were not burdens, even when they could no longer walk. They were knowledge. They remembered the last time the herd passed early. They remembered which roots could cure stomach cramps. They remembered who was related to whom when bloodlines were blurred. When the last snows melted and spring came again, it wasn't a celebration, it was a reprieve. A chance to begin the cycle once more, to sharpen tools dulled by ice, to rebuild shelters collapsed by storms, to bury the ones who hadn't made it through. There were always graves come spring, but also babies. And with each new birth, hope flickered again. Time didn't pass for them in years. It passed in migrations, in the shifting of stars, in the return of flowers, in the loss of a friend, in the growth of a child's shadow. They knew the rhythm of these things with a precision that came not from study, but from survival. As their numbers dwindled, it wasn't obvious at first. A missed birth here. A quiet camp there, one group never seen again, another too small to hunt large game. Then the crafts grew simpler. The tools less sharp, the fires dimmer. And still, they went on, unaware that they were becoming the last. Some of them likely knew, not consciously, but deep in the bones. A weariness that wasn't from age. A silence in the forest where there had once been voices. Fewer footsteps, fewer faces around the fire. The realization that what was once shared is now forgotten. And still, they cared. They buried their dead with the same care. They etched the same lines into stone. They shaped the same tools, even if fewer hands held them. Until one day they stopped. The last breath wasn't recorded. It wasn't marked by ceremony. It passed into the air like all the others before it. And then it was done. The world kept turning. But something old, something profound had ended. Yet it had not ended completely. Because when you look in the mirror, when you touch the curve of your brow or feel the cold in your bones on a winter morning, you are touching something ancient. You are the echo of a people who refused to quit, who walked into the storm every time because turning back was never an option. They are not gone, not really. They walk with us still in chance, in instinct, in the way we hold each other close when the night grows too long. And through us, their fire never truly dies. What kind of memory lives in the body? Not the kind shaped by words or photographs, but the kind woven into instinct. The kind that stirs in your spine when a shadow moves unexpectedly. The kind that tightens your breath when you hear a distant howl. That memory belongs to someone who lived before language. Someone who looked at the world not through windows or screens, but face to face. Someone who didn't read about survival, but tasted it in every bite of meat, felt it in every icy gust, feared it with every flicker of the fire fading too soon. That someone was Neanderthal. And though they vanished from the earth tens of thousands of years ago, they didn't vanish entirely. What they knew, what they suffered, what they loved, some of it lives on in us, deeper than awareness, older than story, a whisper in the bones, a tension in the gut, a sense that we are not the first to struggle, not the first to endure. They were not immortal, but they were never meaningless. Walk back into their world again, if only in your mind. The forest smells of damp earth and blood. The air has a heaviness that promises rain or danger, or both. Your feet hurt because they always do. The soles are calloused, but the rocks are sharp. You've walked for days, maybe weeks, and you're not sure you'll find the herd. You're not sure the shelter from last winter still stands. You're not sure you'll make it through another season, but you keep walking, because stopping means death. You carry everything you need, or you carry nothing. There are no pack animals, no carts, no wheels, just what your back can bear and what your hands can hold. A flint blade, a fire starter, a pouch of dried meat if you're lucky. You've tied strips of hide around your legs to keep the wind from splitting your skin open. They work until they tear. Your group is smaller than it was last year. You don't talk about it. You just feel it. In the extra space at the fire, in the way no one uses a certain name anymore, and the way people avoid looking at a spot near the riverbank where someone didn't return. But there's still life. It clings on. You can hear it in the giggle of a child trying to mimic the sound of an owl, in the way a mother gently pulls thorns from her daughter's feet, in the moment when a hunter returns with blood on his arms and a small victorious nod, and everyone breathes again. Even amid pain, these moments matter. They had no written contracts, no declarations of rights, but they had expectations. You eat what you help hunt. You sleep where you've kept the fire going. You care for the injured because once someone cared for you. There is no law, but there is balance. Break it, and the group falters. Break it too often, and you are left behind. Exile isn't a word to them, it's a death sentence. No one survives alone. You don't have time to mourn the luxury of self. You are part of the group, or you are already halfway into the cold. The seasons are their calendar. Not days on a page, but changes in the wind, in the trees, in the habits of animals. The birds fly low, the squirrels dig frantically. The berries grow fewer, darker, then vanish. These are the signs, not of time passing, but of time turning dangerous again. And when it turns, you move. You don't debate it. You listen to the ones who've lived longer, who know where the caves might still be dry, who've seen storms roll in from the mountains. You trust their judgment, because their experience has already saved you once, maybe twice. The journey is never smooth. There are river crossings that leave you soaked and shivering. There are nights without fire. There are injuries that slow the group, and decisions about who is carried and who must walk or fall behind. And always, there are eyes in the dark. You know the predators. You can name them without words. You know their smell, their patterns, their sounds. You've heard the shriek of a big cat as it launches from a ledge. You've seen the aftermath of a bear breaking into a shelter. You've lost people to them. You've wounded them too. Predators don't fear you, they study you. They wait for weakness, a child wandering, a group distracted, a fire gone cold, then they move, fast and final. But you're not helpless. You've made traps, dug pits, tied stones to branches to create snares. You've sharpened spears and practiced throws. You've mimicked the calls of birds to send signals through the trees. You've learned how to run without leaving a trail. You've hidden in silence, breathless, as something massive passed inches away. Still, even all that skill cannot guarantee safety. So when you sit at the fire, and the child beside you finally sleeps, you do not relax. You watch the trees, you listen to the wind, you feed the flames one stick at a time, counting each as a moment bought against the dark. And in the morning, if you wake, you move again. Their survival was never guaranteed. That's why it mattered. Every day was a risk. Every breath was earned. Their lives were stitched together from choices made in real time, without pause, without safety nets. And still, they found a way to live. They found a way to bury the ones they loved, to decorate their graves, to mourn not just with tears, but with action. You don't spend hours digging into frozen earth for someone you didn't care about. You don't place a carved shell beside the head of someone you've already forgotten. You do these things because love refuses to die quietly. Some graves show signs of return, as if someone came back season after season to sit nearby, to remember, to grieve again. Even when the body was long gone, the memory remained. You can almost see them hunched over in the snow, holding something small in their hands, maybe a stone that once belonged to the dead, maybe nothing at all, just silence. And then they get up and walk away, because they have to. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know what names they whispered to their children or what sounds they made in joy or in fear. But we know they had both. We've seen the impressions of their fingers where they smeared pigment across walls. We've found tools shaped with care and worn smooth with use. We've unearthed bones healed from injury, proof that someone helped them survive long after they could no longer contribute. That kind of care doesn't come from instinct alone. It comes from culture, from choice. It comes from the belief, spoken or not, that life is not just about surviving, it's about helping others survive too. Eventually new people arrived. They looked different. They carried different tools, they hunted in strange ways, their groups were larger, their weapons more advanced. At first, perhaps there was curiosity, then tension, then competition. Some Neanderthals may have joined them, others avoided them, some fought, some traded, some interbred. Their worlds overlapped briefly, but the balance shifted. The Neanderthals couldn't compete, not because they were less, but because the pace of change had outrun them. Their world was designed for endurance, not expansion, and the newcomers expanded, quickly, relentlessly. Soon the places that had once held firelight and laughter were empty. But even then, even in their fading, the Neanderthals left behind something extraordinary. Not just tools and bones, but legacy. A legacy carried in the double helix of modern humans. A legacy written in endurance. When you feel the ache of exhaustion and push anyway. When you protect someone weaker than you. When you make something useful from almost nothing. When you stop and grieve for someone who is gone. In those moments you carry them forward. Not as ancestors from a forgotten world, but as pieces of yourself. They are not gone, because you are here, somewhere beneath the bones of mountains, under fields that now grow wheat or cities that breathe in glass and steel. There are still traces of them. You can't see them when you walk above. You won't hear them whispering your name in the wind, but they're there, lying in layers of dust and earth, in places once warmed by their breath, shaped by their hands and filled with their voices. Those voices no longer echo in language, but in presence, in remains, in the echo of a species who never wrote their story down, because their story was their life. No one told the Neanderthals how to live. There were no elders sitting with scrolls, no prophets with commands. They lived because they had to. They stayed alive because the alternative was silence. They learned through wounds, through success carved from failure. Through watching an elder's hand tie a knot the right way, or a child's first attempt to throw a spear fall short, only to be corrected by the smallest nod. Nothing was taken for granted. Every skill was taught through demonstration, through repetition, through time. There were no shortcuts, no manuals, no easy answers. Only learning day after day with the full knowledge that misunderstanding could kill. When you hunted, you did not hunt to display dominance. You hunted to continue. Every movement mattered. You observed the smallest footprints, the angle of crushed grass, the scent of fur left on bark. You studied, because hunger made every sense sharper. And when the time came, your legs moved like spring-loaded branches. You didn't shout. You didn't hesitate. You struck with the hope that this time the stone would hold, the sinew would stretch, and the beast would fall. Sometimes it didn't. And in that failure someone bled. Or worse. And those who survived had no luxury of mourning in place. They moved, carrying not just the loss, but the knowledge of how it happened. Each death etched more deeply into their understanding of the world, each injury a lesson written in pain. You didn't ask if it was fair, you didn't wait for justice, you survived. Even birth was a battle. With no medicine, no tools, and no certainty, women delivered children surrounded by stone, fire, light, and the trembling hands of those who came before them. And still, they managed. The pain wasn't hidden, it was met head-on. And when a new cry pierced the smoke and shadows, there was no celebration with song or ceremony. Just breath. Just the quiet realization that another had arrived into a world that would not make room for them easily. Infants weren't coddled, they were held close, carried everywhere, fed as often as possible, watched constantly, because the world offered no second chances. Illness came swiftly, accidents faster. Teeth arrived with fever. Learning to crawl meant learning where not to crawl. And still these children laughed. They smiled. They reached out with sticky hands to touch the faces of their parents and found warmth there. That's how love looked then. Raw, unsweetened, necessary. There are signs, scars on skulls that show recovery from severe trauma, legs that healed after being broken, spines twisted by disease yet not discarded. These people weren't abandoned. They were helped, fed, protected, treated not as burdens but as part of the whole. That decision to keep someone alive who cannot help themselves is not instinct. It is something else, something we call humanity, though they didn't have a word for it. They simply lived it. The cycle of seasons ruled them, not by superstition, but by law of nature. There was no debate with the frost, no argument with the heat, only the choice to bend or to break. They read the sky with eyes sharper than modern memory. They followed the animal migrations with a rhythm passed down through generations. Their maps were drawn in memory, not ink. A bend in a river, a stone shaped like a tooth, a tree where the bark turned silver after rain. These were their landmarks, their signs, their coordinates. They knew places not as property, but as patterns. This valley is safe after the third snow. That cave floods if the river rises. This ridge holds sun longer in the fall. This field blooms late, but feeds deer in spring. They held these truths not on paper, but in mind, transferring them like sacred songs through gesture, story, and movement. And when they met others, it wasn't always war, sometimes it was avoidance, sometimes curiosity. A glance across a firelit clearing, a shared watering hole, a trade of goods, a sharp flake for a polished bone, a fruit for a fish. Communication didn't need a shared tongue, it needed willingness. And even then, it wasn't always peaceful, but it wasn't always violent either. Sometimes the story of humanity is written in the spaces between conflict and communion. They didn't see themselves as special. They didn't climb a mountain and look down and say, "We are chosen." They didn't have that kind of ego. Their spirituality, if you can call it that, was in their actions. They gave thanks in the way they treated the meat after a kill, using every part. They marked the earth with pigment, not to claim it, but perhaps to honour it. They sat in silence at the mouths of caves, watching lightning split sky and wondering, perhaps, what lived in the spaces between thunder. We can only guess, but guesses, when grounded in evidence, become bridges, and those bridges lead us to uncomfortable places, because it's easier to believe they were simple, easier to think of them as shadows, less than, not quite. But the evidence says otherwise. It says they cared for their sick, that they buried their dead, that they shaped tools with precision and purpose, that they adapted across thousands of miles of climate and terrain, that they passed on knowledge in ways that kept them alive through centuries of ice. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens through brilliance, a kind we stopped recognizing when we started writing books. What we've called primitive was, in their world, genius, a spear balanced just right to fly farther. A fire started with nothing but stone and breath, a shelter shaped to catch warmth and block wind, a medicine found in a plant only one elder knew. These were not random tricks, they were discoveries made under pressure, tested by fire, blood, and time. And when they died, they did not vanish completely. Their bones lie curled in sleep under rock and soil. Their tools rest beside them. Bits of ochre still cling to walls they once painted. Their genes twist in our veins, whispering old instructions. They are present not just in archaeology, but in biology. That jawline, that immune reaction, that response to altitude, that quiet fear that rises when the dark grows thick and full of sounds. These things didn't come from nowhere. They came from the people who lived and died before the first myth was ever told. We owe them more than footnotes. We owe them remembrance. They were not ghosts waiting to disappear. They were people as real as us, living on terms dictated by the raw, untamed world around them. And they held on longer than anyone expected. Long enough to make marks on this earth. Long enough to make marks on us. In the stillness between now and then, you might feel it. The thin thread of connection that doesn't rust or fade. It's not nostalgia. It's not fantasy. It's continuity. Their hands are gone, but their fire in some way still burns. Beneath layers of ice and time, in the places where sunlight never quite reached and silence stretched for miles, there were once footsteps. Not heavy like ours, weighed down by boots and tools, but deliberate, unshod, silent in their wisdom. These steps moved not across paved streets, but across wild land that asked for no permission, offered no promise, and recognized no ownership. The Neanderthals made their way through this landscape not with dominance, but with negotiation, and every footfall was a question answered only by whether the day would let them live. They were not lost souls wandering in confusion. They were not waiting for us to arrive and teach them how to be human. They were human, entirely. Their humanity didn't come from machines or books or cities. It came from endurance, from connection, from the raw will to continue through storms that would drown us today in minutes. It came from the patience to wait in frozen stillness while prey moved past unaware, from the clarity to trace an animal's path across days of snowfall, from the courage to return home with nothing and face hungry eyes knowing tomorrow would be harder still. Their homes were not permanent, a cave for a week, a rocky overhang for a season. The warmth of old firestones buried in the ground where someone had once knelt to light a spark. That was shelter. No roof to keep out rain, no door to lock behind them, just walls carved by time, and the smell of wood smoke clinging to everything they carried. When night came, they did not rest easily, one ear always tilted toward the dark. The fire was never just warmth, it was life. Kept low to avoid attention, but alive enough to see their faces. You could tell who slept lightly by the way their fingers still clutched at a tool, even in slumber. They dreamed, perhaps, not of flight or wealth, but of safety, of full bellies, of the sound of laughter that meant another day had ended without loss. Language wasn't the same for them, but communication never waited for words. A glance told you more than a paragraph, a tilt of the head warned you of danger. The way someone knelt beside the injured told you whether they knew what to do. Their voices were part of it. Of course, grunts, sighs, shouts, low hums. But more than sound, it was rhythm. The rhythm of bodies working in harmony. Of tasks shared without being assigned. Of burdens carried without being spoken. When a hunt succeeded, the meat wasn't hoarded. It was laid out, cut, divided. The children got soft pieces. The elders got what was easiest to chew. The strong didn't need more. They needed everyone alive. Even the dogs, wild and half-tame, lurking at the edge of firelight, got bones. And when there was only a little, it was stretched, boiled again and again, gnawed down to powder. Every tool they made was more than survival. It was an expression, a flake of stone shaped just so, balanced in the palm like it belonged there. A handle wrapped with hide, not just for grip but for memory. This one from a deer taken in the north. The winter the river froze too fast. Their tools told stories, not in sentences, but in wear patterns, in stains, in edges resharpened after every failure. They made things even when there was no threat. They etched lines into bone. They smoothed stones that served no clear purpose. They painted with ash and blood and crushed rock. These were not distractions. They were declarations. We are here. We see, we feel, we remember. When one of them fell ill, they didn't walk away. They pressed cool hands against fevered skin. They chewed food and fed it mouth to mouth. They stayed until breath gave out. And even then, they didn't treat the dead like refuse. They curled them in sleep-like positions, placed tokens nearby, arranged stones with care. Not because they had to, but because it mattered. It always mattered. And when they grieved, it was not quiet. Or perhaps it was quiet in the way that silence can scream louder than sound. Grief lived in the way someone sat a little too still, in how no one touched a certain space near the fire, in the hush that fell when a child asked where someone had gone, and no one had the language to answer. Their families weren't made from blood alone. They were made from survival, from trust earned in nights spent watching each other's backs. They knew who would share their last bite with bite. They knew who would freeze for them, who would fight, who would run, who would come back with help. You didn't need a wedding or a name to belong. You needed only loyalty proven in hunger, in danger, in the terrible choice between fear and sacrifice. As years passed, the climate shifted. Ice encroached, forests thinned, herds moved on, water became trickle where once it had been flood. The paths they had followed for generations no longer led to life, so they moved too, not all in the same direction. Some went north, chasing memories, some turned south, hoping the old stories were true. Some stayed, too rooted in place, and disappeared into the frost. And in this migration, something else changed. They began to encounter others, those who had come from distant lands, whose bodies were leaner, whose tools were different. The newcomers didn't speak the same language, but the tension was understood. Sometimes it ended in blood, sometimes in retreat, sometimes in curiosity. They watched each other across rivers, across valleys, and slowly, inevitably, they touched. Sometimes with violence, sometimes with kindness, children were born who looked like both. They carried something new and something old, a blend of paths, of timelines. This blending didn't save them, nor did it destroy them. It simply changed the story. Some lines faded, others continued, altered but unbroken, not lost, transformed. And as their world continued to shift, they did not complain, they did not protest, they did not write down warnings. They adapted, until adaptation could no longer keep pace. When they vanished, it wasn't in a blaze. It was in increments, in fewer camps, in colder fires, in stories no one told anymore. But their end was not erasure. It was transition. And now, thousands of years later, we stand where they once stood, breathing air they once shaped with vows, walking ground that remembers their steps more honestly than we do. We build towers, fly machines, split atoms. But in our most desperate hours, In hunger, in fear, in love, in pain, we become them again. We cling to warmth, we search for signs, we bury our dead with care. We whisper names into darkness and hope someone, somewhere, hears. So no, they are not gone. Not truly, not while we still carry fire. If you listen closely on certain nights, when everything goes still and the wind carries no smell of smoke or engine, you might feel it. Not a sound exactly, more like a presence, something deep in the soil, woven into the branches overhead, stitched into the stars. It's not memory, it's not myth, it's older than both. It's the impression left by those who came before us, long before steel touched the earth or glass reached the sky, and what you feel in that hush is them. The Neanderthals weren't myths. They weren't experiments, they weren't almost us. They were real, in the way that hunger is real, in the way a wound is real, in the way love is real when there's nothing left to gain from giving it. Their lives were carved not in marble or storybooks, but into the very bedrock of survival. And that carving is still there, beneath every sidewalk, under every blade of grass, inside the breath we barely notice. They didn't know anything of destiny. The word didn't exist for them. They woke up not because they had plans, but because they hadn't died in the night. They stood up, stretched aching joints, wiped sleep from eyes with calloused fingers, and began again, not for glory, not for advancement, but because they were alive, and to be alive meant to move, to search, to endure. The morning didn't begin with birdsong. Sometimes it started with a scream, a predator too near, a child's fever that hadn't broken, a sudden storm that swallowed everything in its path. They didn't greet the sun, they checked the sky for signs. Were the clouds fast or heavy? Did the wind taste of coming snow? Were their tracks outside the shelter, familiar or foreign? Every day brought uncertainty, and yet every day they showed up to live it. There was no news, no forecasts, no expectations beyond what they could hold in their hands. Their calendar was muscle memory. Their seasons measured in what grew, what died, what returned. The cycle was not marked on paper, it was embedded in their bones. Food wasn't routine, it was pursuit. If you wanted meat, you walked, you climbed, you waited, you tracked, sometimes for days. You studied the land like it was a language, reading bent twigs, upturned stones, warm patches in cold soil. Your prey didn't give second chances. One mistake and the herd was gone. And if you were lucky and the spear hit true, the work had only just begun. The animal was heavy. You couldn't drag it far. You butchered it there, surrounded by sounds that made your neck tighten. Each movement had urgency. Every cut was memorized. Fat was gathered like treasure. Organs removed quickly, kept for warmth and nutrition. Nothing was wasted. Wasted not because of principle, but because of desperation. And when the group returned, it wasn't celebration that followed. It was efficiency. Fires kindled, knives sharpened, skins stretched, meat smoked, children tasked with fetching water or stacking wood. There was no praise, only nods, only relief. That night the fire burned longer. Bellies full for once, the younger ones fell asleep with red-stained fingers. The older ones didn't smile, but their shoulders dropped a little. A quiet moment carved out of chaos. Then inevitably the cold returned. The food dwindled, the wind picked up. Another day of hardship began. They weren't inventing art for beauty's sake. They weren't seeking audiences. The ochre handprints left in caves were not made to impress. They were evidence of presence, of identity. A quiet cry across time. I was here, I existed, I mattered. Sometimes they carved lines into bones. Not random, not decorative. Repeating, purposeful. Perhaps they counted days. Maybe they honoured the dead. Maybe they kept track of the stars. We don't know, but we know they did it again and again. Ritual, even if wordless. They didn't fear death the way we do. They knew it would come. It had come for parents, siblings, children. It didn't matter if you were good or strong or clever. Death came all the same, but they didn't run from it. They prepared. They dug. They honoured. Sometimes they returned to the same site year after year, adding one more to the circle. And in that preparation there was something sacred. They understood grief not as weakness, but as an extension of love. To bury meant to remember. To remember meant to resist the forgetting that time always tried to bring. Their strength was not only physical, though it had to be, pulling sleds, climbing cliffs, standing against beasts we now know only through bones. But more than that, their endurance was spiritual. They endured loneliness, isolation, silence, the weight of knowing that your pain didn't matter to the world. that your suffering would be unnoticed by anything except the few around you. And still, they stayed kind. They helped the injured. They soothed the frightened. They fed the small. This was not noble. It was necessary. Because compassion, in their world, wasn't a virtue. It was survival. A group that turned inward collapsed. A family that ignored its weakest fell apart in the frost. Even their silence was loud. You could sit beside a Neanderthal for hours, never speaking, and still feel everything they were feeling. Their communication wasn't built on volume or speed. It was built on presence, on touch, on movement, on the kind of eye contact that didn't shy away from pain. Their hands bore witness to their lives. Thick fingers, cracked nails, knuckles worn smooth by constant pressure. These hands were maps. You could read years in their scars. One slice from a sharp stone here. One burn from a fire that got too hot. One fracture from a hunt gone wrong. And they kept going, because what choice did they have? We talk about extinction as if it happened in a moment, as if one day they were here and the next they were gone. But it wasn't like that. It was slow, like a river drying out. First a few groups disappearing, then fewer children surviving, then long stretches of time without anyone to leave behind prints, then just bones. Bones that didn't scream of defeat. Bones that whispered, "We were here as long as we could be." And that time, it was long. Far longer than modern humans have existed so far. They outlasted empires before empires existed. They endured climate changes we still struggle to explain. They saw the Earth reshaped by time, and they adapted again and again until they couldn't anymore. But even then, in the end, they left something behind. Not just objects, not just fossils, they left part of themselves in us. Your immune system, it remembers them. Parts of your DNA still echo their survival, in the shape of your nose, in the way your body responds to altitude, in the strength of your bones. You're not a stranger to them. You are the continuation. Their story isn't a closed book. It's a root system beneath everything we've built. So when you sit in silence, when you hold someone close not because you have to, but because it feels right, know this. They did that too, and in doing so they reached across millennia. Through snow, through ash, through time, and touched you. Close your eyes and imagine a night without artificial light. A night not polluted by electricity, headlights, or neon. Imagine a sky so dark it presses against your skin, and stars so sharp they seem close enough to reach with outstretched fingers. You are sitting on cold earth, back against a stone, fire flickering in front of you. The air tastes of wood smoke and something older, something primal. Behind you, the land breathes its ancient rhythm. Around you, others sleep, huddled under fur and hide, their dreams silent but palpable. You are not alone, but you are alert, because the world doesn't sleep, not all of it. This is the kind of night Neanderthals knew well. Not just occasionally, not just during camping trips or power outages, every night. This darkness was their home, this silence their backdrop. They were not afraid of it, not exactly, but they respected it, because they understood that things moved in the shadows, things without names, things that could rip a throat in seconds or carry away a child without leaving tracks. So they adapted. They made fire their companion, not a servant, not a tool, but a guardian. They tended it like a living thing, fed it carefully, respected its moods. Some nights, when the wind was wrong or the wood was damp, it sulked. Other nights it flared into brilliance, casting long shadows across the cave walls, dancing on the faces of those who watched it like it held answers. And maybe, in a way, it did. Fire gave them more than heat. It gave them memory. Because around it, stories began to form. Not stories the way we know them, not novels, not scripts, not legends written down, but memory shared through voice and gesture. A hand miming a hunt, a finger drawing a path in the dirt. A sound repeated until the children laughed or understood. This was storytelling before words had form. And it mattered. It taught, it warned, it bonded. It was also the only luxury they could afford. Because the rest of life was struggle. Waking up each morning wasn't a guarantee. It was an outcome, a reward. It meant they had done enough the day before, kept the fire lit, guarded the camp, stretched the food, avoided danger. Survival didn't allow rest. It demanded repetition. Not the boring kind, but the necessary kind. The kind where you sharpen the same tool every day, not because you were bored, but because it had saved your life once and might again. They were not ignorant, they didn't lack knowledge. What they lacked was time. Time to reflect, time to question, time to philosophize. Not because they were incapable of it, but because they were too busy staying alive. And yet they found the moments, slivers of stillness where thought bloomed. You can see it in the carvings they left behind, the strange symbols etched into bone, the patterns on cave walls, the arrangements of stones around the dead. Those were not practical, they were intentional, they meant something. We may never know exactly what, but meaning doesn't need translation to be real. They held rituals, not always grand, but consistent. Before a hunt, perhaps a gesture to the sky. After a death, perhaps a pause longer than necessary. Before winter, a gathering of food in a specific pattern. These behaviours weren't superstition, they were structure, a way to create order in a world that offered none. And when that world became cruel, as it often did, they leaned on each other. Not just out of necessity, but out of instinct. Their compassion wasn't born in warmth. It was forged in frost. You carried the weak not because it was easy, but because you might be them next time. You fed the injured because hunger didn't make them less part of the group. You waited for the slowest because the group moved as one, or not at all. Even illness didn't exile them. They made room for the sick. They nursed them, gave up food, energy, time. Why? Because they remembered. Because someone had done the same for them once. Because the bonds weren't just emotional, they were ancestral. And those bonds ran deep. Imagine a child with a twisted leg. In our world, that might mean doctors, therapy, support. In theirs, it meant carrying. It meant slowing down, it meant changing the hunt. And still, they didn't leave them behind. We know this because we found skeletons of children who lived years past injuries that would have rendered them useless by pure survival standards. They weren't useless, they were loved. And love, though we hesitate to assign that word to those we call primitive, was everywhere. It was in the way a woman placed her palm on her mate's chest, checking his fever with a touch more tender than time should have allowed. It was in the way a man carved a small figure from bone and left it beside a burial mound. It was in the way two children slept beside each other, fingers tangled, breath sinking. This wasn't mimicry, this wasn't learned behaviour. This was real, this was human. The cold never left them. Even in spring there was chill in the bones. They dressed in layers of hide and fur, but the wind still found them. It crept under collars, slithered into sleeves, made homes in joints, and yet they didn't retreat. They moved through it, endured it, wrapped babies tighter, held each other closer, found warmth in places beyond fire. They knew the forest like they knew their own hands, which trees offered shelter, which berries poisoned, which paths led to game and which ones led to nothing. They didn't name the plants, but they understood them. They didn't catalogue the animals, but they knew their patterns. Their maps were mental, passed from memory to muscle, generation after generation. And sometimes they wandered beyond the familiar, out of necessity, out of cecity, out of something that might have resembled curiosity. And when they did, they encountered new threats, not just from nature, but from others. Not all interactions ended in blood. Some ended in exchange. A sharp tool for a woven bag, a flint shard for dried meat, a glance that turned into trust. Sometimes there were unions. Children born who didn't belong to just one group, but to two. This didn't save them from extinction, but it added threads to the tapestry of human history. And those threads remain inside you, inside all of us. You carry more than just their DNA. You carry their instincts. The reason your heart races at a sudden noise in the dark, that's them. The reason you sometimes feel comforted by the smell of wood smoke, that's them. The reason you hold someone's hand without thinking when you're afraid, that's them. You're not separate from them, you're them evolved, disguised, distracted, but at your core still the same. Still searching for warmth, still chasing meaning, still listening somewhere deep inside for the crackle of fire and the sound of breathing close by. Still human, if you strip away the cities, remove the blinking lights, silence the hum of machines and the buzz of conversation. What remains is not emptiness. It is the raw, undiluted essence of what came before us. Before walls, before wires, before names were passed down like heirlooms, there were people who lived not above the land, but within it. They didn't ask the world for permission, and they didn't try to own it. They belonged to it. They breathed with it. They listened to its moods and shifted in response like trees bending to wind. The Neanderthals were not visitors to nature. They were as much a part of it as the stone they walked on or the clouds that moved above them. There was no separation, no concept of wilderness. There was only life, intertwined, entangled, endlessly changing yet deeply familiar. They knew the scent of incoming snow. They could feel pressure changes in their bones. They could predict migrations without charts, read landscapes like we read headlines, and sense danger in the pause of a bird's call. They did not romanticize nature, nor did they fear it. They respected it, because it could kill them without warning. A slip near an icy stream could mean a shattered leg. A sudden storm could erase a week's effort in hours. A single infection could undo a lifetime. They knew this, and still they woke up every day, wrapped their arms around existence and tried again. When they laughed, and they did laugh, it wasn't from punchlines. It was from shared experience, the kind of laughter that bubbles up after surviving something together. The kind that says, "We're still here," without needing the words. That humour was not light. It was necessary. A salve against the daily cut of struggle. They didn't have mirrors, not this way we do, but they saw themselves in water, in firelight, in each other's eyes. And what they saw wasn't image, it was continuity. You carried the features of your people. Your brow resembled your mother's. Your gait reminded someone of a lost uncle. You were more than one person. You were a thread pulled through generations. Their sense of identity wasn't tied to titles or professions. It came from what you could do when it mattered. Could you find food when the snow fell early? Could you start a fire after rain? Could you comfort a crying child when their parent didn't return? These were the tests, not exams, but experiences. You earned your place not through status, but through action, through consistency, through sacrifice. Time wasn't something they tracked. It was something they obeyed. The sun was not a clock. It was a command. When it rose, you moved. When it fell, you prepared. You didn't question the rhythm. You didn't try to extend the day with artificial light. You accepted the cycle and made the most of what you had. And they had so little, yet what they did have, they guarded fiercely. A piece of flint that had proven reliable. A pouch stitched from hide that held berries and bone. A memory of a path that led to water, but only in spring. These things were priceless. Not because they sparkled, not because they were rare, but because they could mean the difference between hunger and health, between night and survival. They didn't store wealth, they stored knowledge, and that knowledge wasn't written, it was spoken, shown, embedded into muscle memory. A mother passing down the way to recognize poisonous leaves, a father showing a son how to twist sinew into cord, a sibling teaching another how to mimic the sound of a bird to avoid detection. Their school was the world, their classroom was every moment. There are no Neanderthal ruins, no towering monuments, no temples or palaces, because their legacy was not built in stone. It was carried in skin, in soul, in survival. Their greatness lies not in what they left behind, but in the fact that they lasted as long as they did, in a world that asked everything and promised nothing. When one of them grew old, which was rare but possible, they were not hidden away, they were leaned on, not for labour but for wisdom. They remembered winters no one else did. They recalled which caves flooded, which fruits ripened late, which winds preceded a sudden frost. Their minds held history, not as dates but as lifelines. And when they died, it wasn't always with ceremony. Sometimes it was sudden, a fall, a fever, a wound that festered. But when there was time, when there was space, they made it matter. Bodies positioned gently, objects placed with care, a hand resting on a chest, a tool beside the leg, symbols maybe, or gestures of something beyond explanation. Not superstition, not religion, just reverence. Their children were not protected the way we shield ours today. The world didn't offer softness, but they were nurtured, carried, fed first, taught constantly, not through lectures, but through example. They watched and learned, cried and were held, failed and were corrected. There was no room for extended innocence, but there was always room for belonging. And that belonging was sacred. You didn't earn your place through birth alone. You earned it again and again by showing up, by staying when it would have been easier to walk away. Family was fluid, but it was never casual. You were bound to one another by the things you faced together. That bond wasn't spoken, it was a shown. If someone brought back food, they didn't eat alone. If someone was injured, others bore their weight. If someone was lost, they were searched for. Not because it was protocol, because it was instinct, because in a world that broke the weak, the only way to survive was to never leave each other behind. They didn't see the future as a promise, they saw it as a possibility, a fragile one, a gift, not a guarantee. That's why every moment counted. That's why they didn't waste what they had. A warm fire on a cold night, a child's laughter after days of silence, the soft sound of breathing from someone who almost didn't make it. These were their treasures. They may not have drawn maps, but they knew where they came from. Not in terms of ancestry, but in experience. This valley, that's where a storm trapped us. This tree, that's where we waited for the herd. This rock, that's where she said she was pregnant. Their geography wasn't cartographic, it was emotional. Every place held memory. Memory for them was survival. You didn't forget the path that kept you safe. You didn't forget the plant that healed the cough. You didn't forget the night someone gave up their share so the child could eat. To forget was to risk everything. And so they remembered. Not in books, not in photos, but in the way they walked, in the way they held each other, in the way they stayed. Even now, we carry echoes of those choices. When you catch yourself pausing at the sight of a full moon, when you instinctively move toward warmth, when you feel uneasy in a silent forest or comforted by the sound of crackling wood, that's not just you, that's them, still here, still guiding, still reminding you. You are not new, you are not alone, you are part of something ancient, and that ancient thing still lives in the curl of your spine, in the beat of your blood, in the part of you that longs for something simpler, quieter, closer to the earth. It's not nostalgia, it's inheritance. It's your reminder that you were never separate from the story. You were always in it, and the story continues. There are places in the world where silence holds weight, where wind passes not as noise but as memory, where the earth doesn't just support your feet, it murmurs. If you listen carefully in these places, where moss covers old stone and tree roots claw into the past, you might sense it, a presence not visible but unshakably there, not ghosts in the haunted sense, but echoes, imprints of lives lived with such raw intensity that time never truly erased them. These are the domains once walked by Neanderthals. Not museums, not ruins, living spaces in waiting, stages for ancient persistence. To the outside eye, they may appear as simple people clad in rough skin, crouched in firelight, surviving on scraps and instinct, but the truth lies far deeper, stitched into the muscle of existence itself. These were not background figures in our evolution. They were the main event, for longer than we've walked upright with confidence. They didn't watch the world change from a distance, they adapted with it. They didn't merely survive, they shaped what survival came to mean. There were no shortcuts in their world, no favours, no safety nets. Every ounce of energy was earned through struggle. Their mornings didn't begin with a yawn and a stretch beneath warm blankets. They began with immediate calculation. How cold is it today? Where did the animals move overnight? Is the water still safe? Are the children breathing evenly? Is the fire still burning? Every day arrived not as a gift, but as a challenge. Not in the poetic sense, but in the visceral, aching sense. Breath wasn't taken for granted. It was fought for, every hour. And yet in all this, they found space to care. Care, not in the soft, theoretical way, but in the brutal, determined way that says, I won't let you die if I can help it. You see it in the way they cradled the injured, in how they fed the ones who couldn't feed themselves, in how they didn't leave behind the sick even when their steps slowed the group. Their understanding of worth was not transactional, it was foundational. You mattered because you existed. That was enough. They did not have permanent homes. Their houses moved with the season, with the herds, with the safety of water. A place was home only for as long as it sustained them, and when it couldn't, they left it, not with nostalgia, but with necessity. Yet every camp, however temporary, was marked by their presence. Charred bones, scattered tools, a stone wall rearranged just so. They didn't build monuments to themselves. Their legacy was embedded in repetition, returning to the same stream each spring, watching the same stars arc overhead, whispering the same stories to wide-eyed children while the fire cracked and the frost thickened. Those stories were not fairy tales. They were memories encoded in breath, warnings disguised as wonder. A tale of the great storm that split a tree and chased them uphill, The saga of the mother who carried her infant 3 days across frozen ground, only to find a warmer cave in the cliffs. These stories weren't meant to entertain, they were meant to remember. They were living maps, manuals, prayers in motion. They didn't need books because they had elders, and those elders were living archives. They held the shape of the land in their minds. They remembered when a certain valley flooded, when a certain animal disappeared from the familiar trail. They remembered faces, names, events, passed not through ink, but through rhythm. The cadence of memory spoken aloud and carried across generations, braided into the lives of those who listened. Even their sense of time was different. It wasn't measured by numbers, but by change. A time before the large hunt, a time after the fire came through the forest, a time when she was still alive. Their timeline wasn't linear, it was lived. It wound through their stories, circling, branching, anchoring everything in emotional geography. And still they built things, tools that weren't only useful but elegant in design, blades chipped with precision, handles carved to fit a hand like it was born there, rope twisted, not just strong but even. They didn't mass produce, but they mastered. Every object was shaped with purpose because every object could mean survival. Nothing was made carelessly. Everything held meaning, whether practical or personal. A stone etched with a pattern known only to one, a tooth worn into a pendant. These were not trinkets. These were identity, anchors to self in a world that never paused. They weren't strangers to loss. In fact, they lived beside it every day. A child could vanish overnight in the snow. A fall from a rocky ledge could end a life in a heartbeat. A predator's claws might silence a companion with no warning. There was no protection from grief, only the endurance of it. And endure it they did. Not because they lacked feeling, but because they had no other choice. But even then, grief didn't make them colder. It made them more fiercely devoted to those who remained. They held the dead. They laid them down with intention. Sometimes with objects, stones, bones, bits of ochre. Sometimes just with the shape of the body curled like sleep, as if hoping that whatever lay beyond might be gentler than what came before. That act alone speaks volumes. To arrange the dead is to believe they deserve more than abandonment. It is to acknowledge that their life meant something, that their absence leaves a mark. When strangers came, not all was hostile. There was fear, yes. There was defence, but there was also curiosity. There were meetings across rivers, across forests, gifts exchanged not just for value but for peace, and sometimes something more. Unions, however fragile. Connections that bridged difference. Evidence of children born from both peoples. Shared genes, shared futures. These weren't invasions, they were crossings, and they reshaped the world. Eventually, though, the world reshaped them. The weather turned cruel, seasons shifted, food grew scarce, camps emptied, places once full of warmth grew quiet. It wasn't a single event. It wasn't war. It wasn't failure or... It was erosion. Of resources, of numbers, of options. They didn't vanish in a blaze. They dwindled. They resisted as long as they could. They adapted until adaptation wasn't enough. And still, even in their last days, they endured with grace, not defeated, just overtaken. But they did not disappear, because nothing truly disappears when it leaves traces behind, and Neanderthals left more than traces. They left fingerprints in our DNA, but more than that, they left instincts in our bodies. When we flinch at a shadow, when we feel calm near running water, when we gather close in a circle, firelight flickering across our faces, that's not learned behaviour, that's legacy. We are not just their descendants, we are their continuation. Their instincts shaped our architecture. Their memory built our language. Their love, though unspoken, survives in the way we cradle our sick, bury our dead, protect our children. The world tries to convince us that progress is escape, that to be modern is to sever the past. But that's a lie. Our progress is built upon their foundation. We did not rise from savagery, we rose from resilience. We did not outgrow them, we inherited them. And they are still here. In the courage it takes to start again after loss. In the patience required to tend to those who cannot repay. In the fire we light when the night feels too long. You've never been alone. Not really. Because in your blood runs memory too ancient to name. It doesn't speak in words, it speaks in instinct. And it's always been there, waiting for you to remember. So the next time you find yourself drawn to the wild, when your heart quiets in nature, When your breath slow hardens by the crackling of firewood, know this: you're not just reconnecting, you're returning to a home older than time and to a people who never truly left. To the beginning of what it means to be human, and you are carrying them forward every step, every breath, every choice, beneath the surface of who we believe ourselves to be, beneath the clothes, the technology, the language and logic. We carry something older than memory, something untouched by the clamour of modernity. It hums quietly under the noise, behind every decision we call instinct. You feel it when the lights go out and your pulse quickens in the silence. You sense it when you glance behind you in the woods, even though nothing stirs. You respond before you can explain why. This is not paranoia. It's not imagination. It's something deeper, something ancestral. You come from a long line of survivors, not just those who conquered, but those who endured, who persisted without fanfare, who didn't make history books because they were too busy making error. The Neanderthals were not a side note. They were a full chapter, written in bone and breath. They were not practice runs for modern humans. They were the main story for a very long time, and in many ways they still are. If you walk into a forest and let yourself fall into its rhythm, you might begin to understand how they moved through the world. Every step cautious but confident, not tentative, just tuned. They didn't walk blindly. They read the land with every part of their body. The shift of a branch, the sudden hush of insects, the temperature of the air rising from soil, these were signs, not background. They didn't rush, they flowed. They didn't speak our languages, but they communicated with the kind of clarity we've nearly forgotten. A glance, a breath held, a hand raised slightly. They knew what mattered wasn't how many words you used, it was how precisely you delivered meaning. Their expressions were vivid, their gestures precise. They didn't have time to misunderstand each other. Their relationships were rooted in necessity but nurtured by something deeper. It wasn't simply survival that bound them, it was recognition. Recognition of self in another. The unspoken truth that life was fragile and therefore every bond was sacred. They didn't write love poems, but you can see love in the way a skeleton was buried curled beside another, in the way a worn bone comb was passed from one hand to the next, in the way they lingered in the places where a death had occurred, returning as if trying to hold on to something they didn't have words for. We tend to think of them as static, stuck in a permanent winter, huddled in caves, never changing. But the truth is, they adapted again and again. Their territories stretched across vastly different climates. Forests, mountains, river valleys. They didn't flee from difference. They learned to exist within it. They hunted reindeer across frozen plains and gathered nuts in warmer woodlands. They found a way, every time, not with complex machines, not with grand strategies, just with grit, with intuition, with the quiet intelligence that comes from paying attention to everything. Tools were not just tools, they were companions. A flint scraper used for years became shaped to its user. Its wear matched the habits of a particular hand. They weren't throwing things away every season. They repaired, reused, respected. Objects carried memory. A sharpened stone wasn't just a blade, it was the extension of a person's history, their choices, their survival. When they made new ones, it was done with focus. Every chip mattered. Precision wasn't optional, it was life. Their shelters weren't elaborate, but they were intentional. Stones arranged to block wind, branches bent and stacked to shed rain, hides layered for insulation. They didn't build for beauty, they built to endure, and still, there was care. A hearth positioned where smoke would rise cleanly. Sleeping spots shaped to hold warmth. Bones of animals placed just outside to keep scavengers at bay. These details weren't random. They were learned, passed down, improved. And even with all this focus on practicality, they found room for creation. For something like art. Simple lines etched in cave walls, handprints left in red pigment, shapes drawn in ash. Not elaborate, but not meaningless either. These weren't decorations. They were declarations of presence, of identity, of a moment in time preserved because someone decided it mattered. They had no calendars, yet they understood cycles better than we do with all our charts. They felt when animals began their migration. They noticed when the moon signaled a change in tides. They watched the sky not for poetry but for survival. And still, they must have marvelled. They must have stood under stars and felt wonder. They must have heard thunder roll and known fear, not just of being hurt, but of not understanding why. And in that awe they found meaning. Maybe not gods, maybe not doctrine, but reverence, definitely. Children weren't burdens, they were lifelines. Each birth was a promise to the future, a fragile one. Many didn't survive. Illness, exposure, injury, each year was a gauntlet. But those who did were treasured, not spoiled, trained. From the earliest age, they were taught not just how to survive, but how to matter, how to contribute, how to remember. There were no toys as we know them, but there was play. Imitation of adults, games that built skill, laughter even. Because in the darkest times, joy wasn't indulgence, it was defiance. There was no clear line between what we'd call work and life. Everything blended. Eating was effort, moving was strategy, safety was never assumed. And yet they found ways to rest, to sit beside the fire, muscles sore, eyes half closed, listening to others murmur softly. In those moments, time probably felt slower. Not measured, just lived. We forget how much of ourselves has been shaped by these people we claim to have surpassed. When you raise your voice to warn someone, when you clench your jaw at a sound that doesn't belong, when your eyes dart toward movement in the corner of your vision, that's not you being irrational. That's memory firing across 1,000,000 years. You're not modern. You're layered. Built on ancient architecture. Adapted, yes, but not replaced. Some of the greatest lessons they taught us weren't in invention, but in presence. In how to be fully where you are. They couldn't afford distraction. Every sense was engaged, every detail noted. The texture of bark, the crack in ice, the change in breath when someone nearby was hurt. They were masters of attention, not because it was fashionable, but because inattention was fatal. And maybe that's something we've lost. In a world so full of stimulation, we forget to see, to smell, to feel, to hear the subtleties that once guided our lives. The Neanderthals didn't meditate, they didn't journal, but they lived inside their bodies, fully. They felt every ache. They noticed every change. They were not at odds with their physicality. They were expressions of it. Their extinction wasn't a single moment. It wasn't dramatic. It was quiet, like the last ember dying in a fire. Small populations dwindled, weather turned, resources thinned, and in that slow fade, something remarkable happened. They didn't scream into the void. They didn't rage. They lasted as long as they could, and in doing so they passed on their essence. Not consciously, not intentionally, but profoundly, because you carry them not as myths, not as curiosities, but as parts of your being. The slope of your nose, the breadth of your ribcage, the hairs that rise on your arm when danger is near. These are not random, they are reminders that your story did not begin with light. It began in shadow, in frost, in struggle, in tenderness exchanged beneath the stars. So when you feel out of place in this world, when the pace becomes too fast, when the noise is too loud and the lights too bright, step back. Not just literally, but inward, back to the part of you that knows how to survive in silence, how to find meaning in the flicker of fire, how to love without language, how to grieve without ceremony. That part of you is older than cities, older than empires, and it is waiting, not to take over, but to remind you of who you were, of who you still are, of the ones who came before, not gods, not beasts, people, real, fierce, compassionate Neanderthals. There's a quiet understanding that takes root when you walk barefoot across uneven ground, when you press your palm against the ridges of ancient stone, or when you sit in the hush of deep wilderness where the only voices belong to wind and bird and leaf. It's in those moments that something stirs within, not a memory in the usual sense, but a recognition, as if some long-dormant part of you is blinking awake, confused by how far it has drifted from what once was familiar. The Neanderthals never called themselves that. They had no scientific term to classify their kind, no charts to separate one group from another, no labels to divide the known from the unfamiliar. To them, they simply were. They existed in the moment, not with arrogance, but with certainty. Their presence was complete, not fragmented by distraction. They weren't chasing legacy, they were busy living. They didn't name the constellations, but they followed them. They didn't compose music, but their movements were rhythm. Their footsteps across frozen ground were syncopated with the breath of wolves and the hush of snow. When they raised their heads to the sky, it wasn't for answers. It was for confirmation that they still belonged to this world, that the stars were still watching, that the world had not forgotten them. To know them is not to imagine them as lesser versions of ourselves. It is to realize that they were the origin of things we still crave: belonging, warmth, connection, awe. They're hand-shaped tools not just with function, but with a quiet artistry. Not ornamental, but deliberate. The edge of a scraper curved to fit the exact roll of a thumb. The base of a spear smoothed so it would rest steady in hand even in the coldest dusk. These weren't objects. They were extensions of the people who made them. You can still find traces today, buried under centuries of silence. A rock split just so, a groove worn into antler, a hearth blackened by time but still whispering stories into the dirt. These are the echoes they left. Not grand monuments, not towers scraping sky, but the patient, persistent signature of presence. They didn't write laws, but they had rules. Not dictated, but shared. Known without needing to be spoken. You didn't hoard food while others starved. You didn't abandon the injured. You didn't silence the elders. These weren't policies. They were patterns shaped by generations. When someone broke those patterns, the price wasn't scolding, it was instability. And in a world where even small disruptions could mean death, balance mattered more than dominance. It was not brute strength that ensured survival. It was harmony. A group that moved together, that adapted together, that mourned and hunted and laughed as one. That was the group that lasted. Isolation wasn't power, it was peril. They didn't compete for individual gain. They collaborated for collective endurance. Every hand had a purpose. Every gesture carried meaning. And in those meanings there was tenderness. Imagine a father weaving dried grass into a rough cord while his daughter mimics him beside the fire, her tiny hands fumbling but learning. Imagine a grandmother tracing circles in the ash, calming a baby with the same touch she once used on the child's mother. Imagine a man returning from a failed hunt, not shamed but embraced, because even failure means you dared. These aren't fantasies. These are human truths, and the Neanderthals knew them well. They did not take love for granted, perhaps not even by name, but in practice it was there, in the way they leaned on each other without hesitation, in the way they paused when one of their own was missing, in the silence that followed loss. Grief wasn't invented by poets. It's older than language. You can see it in the way bodies were placed gently, buried in positions that suggest more than disposal. Arms curled inward, objects placed beside them, faces turned not down but toward what may have once brought comfort. And even as their world changed, when prey grew scarce, when the winters lengthened, when the strangers with narrower skulls and different tongues appeared, they didn't vanish in chaos. They adapted again, some interbred, some retreated, some held on clinging to familiar ground even as it became less forgiving. They faded not because they failed, but because the ground beneath them shifted faster than they could mend their footing. But they left their mark, not just in bone, not just in tools, but in us. You've never been without them. Their breath lingers in yours. Their instincts hide behind your thoughts. When your stomach clenches in a dark alley, when you sleep better near the scent of smoke, when you find calm in the crackle of a fire, you're not simply reacting, you're remembering. Their lives were not simple, but they were clear. You knew what mattered. Warmth, safety, nourishment, companionship. There were no distractions shouting for attention, no endless comparisons, no relentless pursuit of more, only the quiet urgency of enough food to keep moving, enough rest to keep standing, enough connection to keep hoping. They didn't seek immortality, they didn't dream of legacy, but they left one anyway. You, when you take a long walk without checking the time, when you sit in silence and actually listen, when you hold someone close just because you can, that's them, still speaking through you, still existing in the folds of modern life, still teaching, and not through textbooks, but through blood, and yet we rarely hear them. We've built so much noise, wrapped ourselves in so many layers of convenience and certainty, that we forget what raw presence feels like. We forget what it means to feel the world with our skin, to know things without needing proof. But they didn't forget. They carried that knowing every day. They woke up with it, hunted with it, held their children with it, died with it, and in doing so they didn't just survive. They gave us the framework to become who we are, without fanfare, without expectation. Just the way fire gives heat, just the way rivers carve stone. Naturally, inevitably, completely. They were not savages clawing through darkness. They were people shaping meaning out of silence. They didn't build skyscrapers, but they laid the first bricks of what it means to care, to adapt, to belong. So when you feel overwhelmed by the complexity of today's world, when everything feels too fast, too loud, too far from real, remember this. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are just far from where you began, but the map is still inside you. The trail is still in your marrow. The fire still waits for you to notice it. Not the one in your fireplace, the one that once burned at the edge of a cave, surrounded by people who sat shoulder to shoulder, wrapped in fur and fatigue and the simple fact of having made it another day. You are their dream, you are their legacies, and if you close your eyes and truly listen, you'll hear them, still breathing, still guiding and still waiting. There's a place inside you that has never seen electricity, never worn shoes, never learned a word of any language spoken today. It has no interest in digital clocks, no understanding of traffic signals or passwords. This part of you doesn't recognize concrete or glass, doesn't care for status or schedules. But it recognizes danger. It understands comfort. It knows the smell of smoke, the taste of meat, the feeling of soil against skin. So it reacts to storms, to silence, to the sound of weeping. That part of you is older than civilization. It is what remains of them, those who came before the noise. The Neanderthals were not primitive. They were present, fully rooted in the world around them. They didn't ask who they were, they proved it moment by moment. They didn't question their value, they demonstrated it by keeping each other alive. They didn't build nations or empires, but they built bonds. They left no flags behind, but they left evidence in every one of us. Not with grand declarations, but with persistence so quiet and so complete that we didn't even notice it stayed with us. Their intelligence wasn't flashy. It wasn't shown through symbols on paper or complex equations. It was measured in response, in action, in the speed with which they could adapt to weather that turned in hours, in the precision of their hands shaping stone to blade, in their capacity to observe, to remember, to teach without needing books or chalkboards or screens. Their wisdom lived in bones, in the body's memory, and they listened to that memory. They trusted their senses. When the air shifted, they felt it. When the animals stopped calling, they knew to be still. When a child's breathing changed in the night, they awoke without being told. These were not guesses. These were truths rooted in blood. We look at their remains and call them fragments, jawbones, tools, scars, but each one holds a full story, if we listen the right way. A broken limb that healed tells of care. A worn-down tooth suggests years of chewing tough roots or gnawing sinew. A carefully placed stone beside a buried body hints at memory, even mourning. These weren't accidents. These were choices. And behind every choice there was someone watching, someone learning. The young didn't grow by isolation. They followed, mimicked, asked through gesture, and received answers not through explanation but example. If you wanted to know how to start a fire, you watched until your hands knew what your mind couldn't explain. If you wanted to understand how to skin an animal, you learned by doing, not once, but over and over, until your movements became automatic, graceful, seamless. There were no second chances with nature. The wind didn't pause for you to figure it out. The animals didn't offer a retry. If your shelter collapsed in a storm, you paid for it. If you chose the wrong berries, you suffered. The Neanderthals didn't live cautiously, they lived attentively. That's a difference most of us no longer appreciate. We think avoiding risk is wisdom, but they understood. The only real wisdom is knowing how to meet risk with readiness. And yet even as they mastered survival, they did not become cold. Hardship did not erase their capacity to love. It didn't make them cruel. It refined them. Stripped of distraction, they were left with what mattered most, each other. The fire wasn't just heat, it was gathering. The hunt wasn't just food, it was unity. The path wasn't just travel, it was shared journey. Every act meant something because every act could be your last. And they carried that knowledge not as fear, but as reverence. For life, for the people beside them, for the world that fed and tested them. We tend to believe that progress is proof of superiority, that because we have built machines and flown into space, we are wiser. But what if wisdom isn't measured in invention? What if it's measured in attention, in presence, in the willingness to sit beside someone in silence, knowing that your presence alone offers comfort? The Neanderthals didn't text each other. They didn't write long messages, but they touched, they held, they watched. And sometimes that speaks more than any words could. They were not trying to be remembered. That's the irony. They lived fully without concern for legacy, and yet they endure. because they mattered so deeply to the fabric of who we became, not in abstract theory, in our bodies, in the shape of our hands, in the way we curl inward when cold, in how we instinctively seek faces in the dark, in the quiet knowledge that sometimes fire and closeness and shelter are enough. Their days were not rushed, but they were full. Imagine waking before dawn, listening to the low crackle of dying embers beside you, stretching muscles stiff from stone and fur, slipping outside into cold air so sharp it bites, scanning the trees for movement, listening for the soft pads of animal feet or the distant call of birds. Not because it's poetic, but because it might determine whether your group eats tonight. And if the hunt fails, you return anyway. Empty-handed but not empty-hearted. You return because others will wait. And they do not judge. They share what remains. They adjust. They try again. That was the rhythm. Fail. Adapt. Continue. Not once. Every day. They didn't ask for fairness. They created endurance. And through that, they created something we still crave. Belonging. Not the social media kind. Not the kind tied to trends or numbers. The kind that says, I see you. You're here. You matter to us. That kind of belonging can't be marketed. It must be earned through action, through loyalty, through effort shared in the face of hardship. Their world didn't tolerate spectators. You participated, or you vanished. You helped carry the wounded, or the group slowed and all paid the price. You taught the child, or the knowledge died with you. You remembered the cave that stayed dry in heavy rain, or no one did. Responsibility wasn't assigned. It was assumed. They didn't debate roles. They became what was needed. And through this, their communities, small though they were, functioned not as hierarchies, but as ecosystems. Each one dependent on the other, each one honouring the whole. And it worked, until it didn't. Until the world shifted beneath them, until their numbers grew too thin, until weather and change and the arrival of others eroded what remained. But even then, they did not rage against the end. They simply persisted as long as they could. And even as their footprints faded from the earth, they were stepping into us, into our bodies, our instincts, our rituals. Every time a child builds a shelter from branches, every time someone presses their ear to the wind and senses a coming storm, every time two people sit beside fire and feel safe, that is not coincidence. That is continuity. It is not sentimental. It is cellular. We carry them. Not as stories, but as structure. Not as myths, but as marrow. And to forget them is to forget ourselves. So when you feel the pull towards silence, when you crave escape from screens and noise, when you dream of open skies and the crack of pine in flame, you are not yearning for a fantasy. You are remembering what it meant to be whole. You are seeking the part of you that once walked barefoot across frost, that once sang without words, that once held someone simply because it was necessary. That part of you is not lost, it is buried. Not under earth, but under expectation. Dig for it, return to it. Not to abandon what you are now, but to integrate what you have always been, because in the end you are not separate from them. You are their voice rising through centuries of silence. You are their movement, disguised in modern form. And you are their prayer. That something of them would remain. And you did, you remain. There's a sound the world used to make before we covered it up with concrete and static. It was low, constant, rhythmic. Not music in the way we understand it now, but something older, closer to breath. Wind brushing across grass, water slipping between stone, the footfall of something four-legged in the distance. These were the notes that built the world the Neanderthals knew. Not something they noticed, they were part of it. Their lives didn't exist in opposition to nature. They moved within it, shaped by it, shaping it in return. They didn't need to be told the land was alive, they lived its moods. When it turned harsh, they braced. When it softened, they gathered. They did not worship it with altars, but with attention. Every rock, every tree, every shadow had meaning, not mystical, but practical. They didn't build fences to divide what was theirs from what was wild. To them, there was no such separation. They didn't think about owning the earth. They thought about staying in step with it. This way of living wasn't idealized. It was exacting, demanding. The margin for error was so narrow that even a single wrong decision, moving too late in the season, misjudging the weight of ice, or assuming a stream was safe, could unravel everything. But even knowing this, they didn't freeze in fear. They moved forward anyway, not recklessly, deliberately. The group was their strength, not in size but in cohesion. They didn't need hundreds. They needed 10 who understood how to read each other's eyes, how to hand off a task without speaking, how to recognize that someone had slipped behind and needed help. This connection wasn't taught with lessons. It came from repetition, from knowing how someone breathes when they're well and how it changes when something is wrong. From watching someone fail to catch a fish 3 times, but noticing they always succeed the 4th. From remembering who knows the path back when the fog rolls in. Every person had something they did better than the others. One could find tracks in dried mud. Another could coax sparks from wet wood. Someone else remembered which plants helped a wound close faster. This knowledge wasn't hoarded, it was shared, because sharing it made the group stronger. If someone died, their skill didn't have to die with them. Someone had watched, had listened, had practiced when they thought no one noticed. This is how culture began, not with paintings or poetry, but with preserved action. There were no ceremonies carved in stone, but there were rhythms, patterns, behaviours passed down not because they were instructed, but because they worked. And over time, these habits became identity, not in a tribal sense, but in a deeply human one. They didn't think of themselves as unique. They didn't need to. They were busy being necessary. And in being necessary, they were remembered. Not remembered in the way kings are, with statues and stories, remembered in the body, in the way a certain tendon stretches when you squat to prepare a fire, in the way your ears catch the difference between a breeze and something alive moving through brush, in the way you feel calmer when you hear rain on a roof, even if that roof is a modern one. These aren't accidents. These are residues of a life so enduring it didn't need writing to pass itself forward. Their children didn't grow up slowly. Childhood was short, but not cruel. It was focused. You were small and then you were useful. But in between you weren't rushed. You learned by immersion. By mimicking, failing, trying again. No tests, no lectures, just experience. And adults didn't hover. They watched from a distance, stepping in only when danger called. Children weren't liabilities, they were investments, and the group protected them, not out of obligation, but out of shared future. When the time came to move, whether because of threat, depletion, or season, they didn't pack suitcases. They remembered routes. They trusted landmarks. A bend in the river, a rock that split the valley in half, the path where certain mushrooms grew only after the first frost. Navigation was not abstract, it lived in the body. When someone new joined the group, they didn't get a map, they got a story. Follow this ridge until you hear the birds change song. Turn when you see the sun break between 2 hills, sleep only when you pass the stone shaped like a horn. These stories weren't fiction, they were survival. And yet within all this function, there was space for wonder. They watched the stars, not to chart empires, but to feel continuity. They saw the moon return and felt reassured. They witnessed an eclipse and probably didn't know why, but they felt something shift. That sense of awe didn't need explanation. It didn't need translation. It just was. And perhaps sometimes it made them weep. We forget how emotional ancient people must have been. We imagine them stoic, emotionless, but why? Because they didn't write songs? Because they didn't sculpt cathedrals? They had no less capacity for feeling than we do. Likely more. Their emotions were not dulled by distraction. When they grieved, it was entire. When they laughed, it was unfiltered. When they feared, it surged through every nerve. And when they loved, it wasn't a performance, it was protection. There is evidence of hands held in burial, of bones arranged with intention, of people cared for long after they became a burden. These are not the actions of animals. They are not the remnants of mindless creatures. They are signs of connection stronger than utility, of care deeper than strategy, of a bond that says, even if you slow us down, even if you take more than you give now, you are ours, and we will not let you go. That is humanity, not the tools, not the fire, the choice to stay with someone who cannot help you, to carry someone who cannot walk, to bury someone who cannot thank you. That choice is where we began. We didn't evolve because we fought better. We evolved because we cared better, because we figured out how to extend protection beyond the self, because we made room for those who stumbled, because we remembered, not just facts, people. And that remembering, that holding of another's life as valuable, that is what defines us. That's what defined them. So when you look back and wonder where we come from, don't just look at the bones, look at the space between them, the way one hand reaches toward another. the way a skull rests beside a small tool, the way two people were placed side by side though time has erased their names. In those spaces lives a truth too deep for words. They were here, and they were not alone. You carry more than a name, more than a face, more than a story that started with your birth certificate. Somewhere inside you is the sound of a wooden spear being pulled from frozen ground, the rough edge of flint, the rustle of fur against a cave wall. These are not just details from a forgotten era. They are the foundation beneath your every heartbeat. You may not think about them as you walk down modern streets or unlock your front door, but they're still with you, woven into the rhythm of how you exist. You've inherited far more than you realise. In another time, long before asphalt and engines and wireless signals, the world moved slower but struck harder. Each day was a question. Will the cold find us? Will the beast circle too close? Will the hunger come too early this season? And yet those who lived then didn't tremble under these questions. They rose to meet them. Neanderthals didn't cower in fear of what might come. They prepared. They observed. They adapted. It's tempting to view their lives through the lens of absence. What they didn't have, what they couldn't do. But what if we flipped that? What if we looked at what they did know? The kind of understanding that can't be programmed or taught in a classroom? The Neanderthals knew how to be awake, completely. Their awareness wasn't scattered across 10 different tasks. It was precise, absolute. Every rustle in the dark, every breeze that felt too sharp, every shift in bird calls. These weren't background noise. They were data. They were warnings. They were direction. The idea of multitasking would have baffled them. Not because they were incapable, but because they understood focus better than we ever could. They didn't skim life. They absorbed it. Every sense stretched outward. Every step placed with care. If the sky looked wrong, they knew it without needing a weather forecast. If the trees stopped whispering, they noticed. If someone's gait faltered, even slightly, they adjusted. They didn't explain these things in words. They didn't need to. Understanding lived in the body, in the way fingers curled around a tool, in the timing of when to strike, when to wait, when to flee. Their minds were sharp, not in terms of trivia or theory, but in response, in survival, in relationships that weren't based on titles or transactions, but on shared breath, shared food, shared risk. And though their lives were steeped in danger, they found space for tenderness. A hand pressed to a child's chest as they slept, checking the rhythm of breath. A pair of eyes scanning the sky not just for predators, but for signs that the seasons were changing, so that others could prepare. A weary figure limping from injury helped without being asked. These were not luxuries, they were life. Compassion wasn't a weakness, it was a method of survival. You didn't just protect the strongest, you protected everyone, because you were all exposed, all vulnerable, and the more connected you were, the more likely you'd see another sunrise. There's a kind of nobility in that, a quiet strength that doesn't announce itself. That kind of strength doesn't need fanfare. It moves without needing to be seen. It carries without needing praise. It keeps going when every part of the body aches, because it knows others are depending on it. The Neanderthals weren't chasing fulfillment. They were creating it in every gesture, sharing meat, passing tools, making room near the fire. Life wasn't measured in accomplishments. It was measured in how well you contributed to the group's survival and spirit. They didn't measure time in hours. They felt it, in hunger, in the bite of wind, in the shadow of a mountain stretching further than it had the day before. They didn't count birthdays. They watched as skin changed, as as memory deepened. Aging wasn't feared. It meant wisdom. It meant you had endured. And those who endured became guides, not rulers, not commanders, but memory keepers, holders of the map etched in the land, in the stories, in the muscle and marrow of movement passed from generation to generation. The world didn't give them kindness, so they made their own. In the way they kept each other warm, in how they tended the wounded, in the burial of the dead, not tossed aside but positioned with care, with signs that someone had taken the time to say goodbye without needing language for it. It's easy to miss how extraordinary that is. To choose love, to choose respect, even when survival demands every ounce of energy. That is not primitive. That is powerful. And yet we call them extinct, as if that means erased. But they're not. You carry them, in the shape of your bones, in the way your fingers instinctively curl around a stick, in how you lower your voice when danger feels close, in your craving for firelight, for silence, for closeness that doesn't require words. You carry them in your habits, in your reflexes, in the tension in your neck when someone unfamiliar enters your space, in the comfort you find in routines, in the rituals you don't call rituals, like sitting in the same chair each night or humming without realizing it while you work. These are echoes, not choices. They were passed on long before you had a name. Even your stories, the ones you tell around tables or remember in dreams, they come from that same need. The need to remember, the need to explain, the need to connect. Around their fires, those people didn't just eat, they shared experiences, warnings, hopes, maybe even laughter. Maybe songs made of nothing more than breath and beat. Not because they were trying to entertain, because stories carried meaning. They made the past portable. They turned memory into guidance, and when sleep came, it was earned. It wasn't restless or delayed by screens. It arrived like a soft command. Bodies curled close for warmth, breaths slowing in rhythm, the hum of night wrapping around them. They didn't sleep to escape, they slept to restore, because morning would demand everything they had. The cold didn't care about excuses, the hunt didn't wait, the journey wouldn't shorten itself, so they faced it together. Always together. And when one of them disappeared, lost to a fall, to hunger, to illness, the group didn't forget. They remembered, maybe not in carved names, maybe not in song, but in senate, in the way someone sat alone near the fire, staring into flame a little longer than usual, in the way someone else avoided a path that used to be shared. Even grief had rhythm. They didn't explain it. They lived it. And they moved forward not because it stopped hurting, but because they had to. They understood that life doesn't pause for sorrow, but it does allow space for it if you make room. Today, we chase comfort like it's a prize, but they understood it as a byproduct. Comfort came from connection, from knowing someone had your back, from watching a child learn to walk, from a meal shared after a long, brutal day. You didn't seek pleasure for its own sake, you earned it by surviving one more dusk. And sometimes they even played. Yes, even them. Not in organised sports or with toys from a shelf, but in movement, in mimicry, in sparring without harm, in games of balance and speed and stealth, even laughter. You don't bury your dead with care and carry the weak without having room for joy. These people lived hard lives, but they weren't hollow. They weren't machines. They felt, deeply. We talk often about what they lacked, but maybe it's time we talk about what they had, and what we've lost in our rush to call ourselves advanced. Close your eyes and picture a time when nothing moved unless it had a reason. A world where silence wasn't empty. It was rich. It was filled with signs, with warnings, with signals. Trees didn't just grow, they marked direction. Their bark held time. The way their branches leaned showed the direction the wind favoured. Birds didn't simply fly, they revealed the state of the day. Were they scattered? Quiet? Were they watching the ground with sudden focus? Every twitch in the world meant something, and those who lived in that ancient time knew how to read it, not through books, but through breath and instinct. The Neanderthals weren't searching for meaning in abstract thoughts. They found it in the now, the shift in temperature, the tightness in a joint before rain, the way a dog's ears perk just a moment before anyone else noticed danger. They weren't prophets. They were tuned in, deeply, entirely. Nothing was separate from them, not even death. They walked with the knowledge that any moment could be the last, not as a fear, but as a truth that made every gesture deliberate. Their tools weren't cluttered. They were simple, but in that simplicity was precision, not rushed, not messy. Crafted by repetition, by failure by adjustment. A stone tool wasn't just chipped at random, it was understood. The shape of the edge, the balance in the grip, the rhythm of pressure. There was an art to making something that worked every time. One mistake and the whole hunt could end in disaster. And so they made fewer mistakes. Not because they were perfect, but because they respected the cost of error. Imagine the way they must have worked side by side. One breaking bone, another separating sinew, someone else lighting flame from dry grass. No commands, no scheduling. Just a kind of choreography that came from familiarity, from watching each other enough times to know when someone needed help or when they were in a flow that shouldn't be interrupted. That level of understanding isn't primitive. It's rare. Even now, their families weren't defined by the law. They were defined by action. You stayed close to those who stood by you in storms, who shared food when the catch was small, who gave you their warmth when yours was fading. You didn't need to be told who your people were, you felt it. If someone sat beside you during a night of hunger, if someone placed their shoulder under yours when you stumbled across ice, they were your family, not chosen by blood, chosen by effort, and their loyalty ran deep. We assume early humans must have been selfish to survive. But that idea falls apart when you look closely. The archaeological record tells us something different. Bones show signs of injury that healed. That means someone with a broken leg was carried, protected. Someone who couldn't hunt still made it. Why? Because others chose to make space for them, even when space was scarce. That's not weakness. That's evolution with empathy, and you can see it in the way they buried their dead, or were laid to rest with tools, with pieces of animal bone, with pigments. They didn't just toss the body aside, there was time taken, thought given. Why do that unless it meant something? Why bury if there's no belief in continuity? Even if they didn't speak of souls, they recognized the gravity of death. And where there is recognition, there is emotion. Grief, respect, maybe even hope. Hope, not for immortality, but for peace. They didn't wear watches, but they knew timing. When to start a fire, when to leave camp, when to wait, and more importantly, when not to. That patience wasn't lazy, it was strategic. You waited because the world moved on its own schedule. You couldn't force it. You could only dance with it. A late migration meant more nights without meat. An early frost meant building faster, sleeping closer, conserving everything. And they did. Conservation was not a political idea. It was necessity. Nothing was wasted. Bones became tools, skins became shelter, sinew held things together. Even ashes had a use. There was no room for convenience. Everything had to earn its place. And if something failed too often, it was abandoned. Not with resentment, with practicality. Every calorie mattered. That attention to detail shaped their minds. We imagine them slow, simple, but only because we measure intelligence in modern terms. They weren't designing bridges or writing novels, but they were remembering hundreds of animal patterns, dozens of plant effects, and the way rivers swelled depending on the season. The call of a predator versus a scavenger. That's not instinct, that's experience. That's cognitive effort. That's focus refined by survival. And the knowledge didn't stay locked in the heads of a few. It passed down, not with lectures, but with demonstration. A child followed a parent into the woods, not to be entertained but to watch. Which bark peeled clean, which trail was a decoy, which bird songs marked safety, which didn't. By the time the child could speak in full sentences, they already knew a library's worth of wisdom. Not because they were taught, but because they lived alongside the truth. And within that truth, there was creativity. Yes, creativity. They didn't paint their faces for war or festivals. They mixed ochre, ground mineral into powder, and pressed it into grooves, sometimes on tools, sometimes on walls. Not to decorate, but to mark. Maybe to say, we were here. Maybe to pass a message without words. Maybe to call something sacred. We can't know for sure, but the presence of colour speaks. You don't grind pigment just to kill time. You do it to communicate, to express. Expression without words is still communication. A streak of red, a spiral, a handprint. These are not random, they are deliberate. They are memory made physical. Maybe it was ritual. Maybe it was grief, maybe it was celebration. Maybe it was all three. Whatever it was, it shows us something undeniable. They felt things, deeply. They didn't watch sunsets through glass, but they noticed when light bent differently across the valley. They didn't post pictures, but they recognized the beauty in flame, in snow, in stars. Not in a poetic sense, in a real one. They saw it, paused for it, remembered it. And in doing so, they honoured it. Their stories, if they had them, were probably spoken in breath and motion. A tilt of the head, a shape drawn in ash, a sequence of sounds passed from one mouth to another. Nothing written, but everything retained. You remember what you must in a world where forgetting costs lives. And still, within all that pressure, they found room for care. They didn't just survive. They endured with grace. A shared laugh after danger passed. A gentle correction instead of punishment. A shoulder offered without words. This was their world. Not easy, but rich. Not perfect, but whole. And from their fire, ours still burns. If you stood still long enough, you could hear it. Not a voice in the wind, but something deeper. Something that wasn't spoken but still carried meaning. It didn't need a tongue to shape it, or lips to push it out into the air. It moved in vibrations, in patterns too old for language, too primal for melody. That's the world they walked through. A place where everything spoke, but nothing used words. Where silence wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of everything that mattered. A twig snapping in the woods. A bird calling twice instead of once. The sudden absence of insect hum. Those were their headlines, their news, their signs from the universe. The Neanderthals didn't glance over these things, they lived them. Not just noticed, they felt them like a pulse in the chest. When you have no buffer between yourself and the wild, you become part of its rhythm. Every storm means something, every breeze is a clue, and that kind of connection, raw, immediate, unfiltered, shapes you in ways no school ever could. You don't need teachers when the world is your lesson, and the price of failure is your life. That constant state of attention didn't make them anxious. It made them aware. And there's a difference. Anxiety comes when you're drowning in things you can't control. Awareness is what happens when you understand what's happening around you, not from fear, but from the knowledge that every detail has value. When you live like that, there's no such thing as minor. A bruise on someone's leg might mean an infection. A low sky means the hunt has to move early. A new scent in the valley means something has crossed your path, something pure big. Or worse, something hungry. They didn't need explanations to trust these things. They felt them in their bones, in the way an animal feels the coming earthquake. That's not mythology. That's memory. And memory lives in the body long after the event is over. We think of a memory as something stuck in the brain, but for them, it was in every nerve. They didn't remember a path just by looking. They remembered it by the way their feet moved over it. By the shape of the wind as it turned around a bend. By the pull of muscle that told them, "Here, we turned left last time." This was a kind of intelligence we've nearly forgotten. A wisdom that doesn't rely on proof or consensus. You don't need a graph to know winter is harsher than before. You don't need a calendar to feel that something is late. That's what kept them alive. Not cleverness, but connection. And when you're that close to the world around you, you don't fight it. You flow with it. You don't try to beat the snow, you build for it. You don't wait to be told that an animal has changed migration. You watch, and you follow. But it wasn't just survival they mastered. It was living. They didn't count days. They counted distance, effort, meals shared. Time wasn't linear to them, it was cyclical. The moon came back, the cold returned. The green faded and came again. Life wasn't about moving forward. It was about staying within the cycle without breaking it. And that way of being creates something modern life has lost. Peace without boredom. Stillness without stagnation. Simplicity without emptiness. They didn't need to fill time. Time filled them. The group wasn't just a collection of bodies. It was a single organism. One person fell, the others slowed. One person found a new path, the others listened. It wasn't dibbing, it wasn't ego. It was survival through unity. They didn't care who was right. They cared who kept them alive. And those who did were followed not out of obligation, but trust. Trust built over time. Trust built when someone gave up their share of meat without being asked. When someone remembered the safest place to cross the river. When someone didn't flinch when danger came but stepped forward first. You couldn't fake that kind of leadership. You didn't inherit it. You earned it by showing up again and again, especially when things got ugly. And in return, you weren't praised. You were relied on. Because there were no medals in that world, no applause, just one more day of knowing the fire stayed lit because you didn't give up. And the fire itself, more than warmth, more than cooking, it was memory. It was center. People gathered not just because it burned, but because it brought them together. It was a pause in the chaos. A reminder that no matter how cold, how dark, there was still light. Still heat. Still something to circle around and feel human again. We think of humanity as starting with inventions, but maybe it began with the circle. With people sitting together, watching embers rise, not needing to speak because presence was enough. A hand reaching for another. A child falling asleep against someone's chest. That's where civilization really began. In closeness, in shared breath. In the knowledge that even in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by silence and frost and fear, you were not alone. They were not afraid of quiet. They lived in it. And because of that, they heard things we've forgotten how to listen for. the ache in someone's shoulders, the way someone's eyes shift when grief is too new to be spoken, the hesitation in a step that says someone is injured. They didn't need words for empathy. They had awareness, they had attention, they had care, not as a performance but as a habit, as part of how you existed in a group. You didn't get to be indifferent, you didn't get to say not my problem, because every problem was everyone's. And when one person suffered, the group felt it. And when one person found something, food, shelter, hope, they didn't hoard it, they shared. Because tomorrow the roles might reverse, and what you gave today might save you the next time. This was not charity, it was strategy. A kind of wisdom modern society calls naive, but which lasted tens of thousands of years longer than most empires. And then there was movement. Always movement. You never stayed too long. The land gave, but only so much. So they moved like rivers, flowing around obstacles, tracing paths through forests, over ridges, along the edges of places where danger waited. They didn't need roads. They had memory. They didn't need maps. They had stories told in gesture and shadow. Go where the wolves howled last spring. Turn when the mountain looks like teeth. Wait until the ground softens. Their steps were not heavy. They didn't leave scars. They left impressions, gentle, temporary, respectful, because they knew they weren't masters of the land. They were guests, and guests do not destroy the home that feeds them. And when they stopped moving, even for a night, they made camp with intention, not just comfort. Security, efficiency, a place for the fire, a place for food, a place for sleep, no wasted space, no useless effort. And as soon as the sun hinted at rising again, they were up, moving forward, not just to survive, but because the next place, the next path, the next answer might lie just ahead. They didn't call it ambition, they called it necessity. And yet even in necessity there was grace, because they made time for memory. Not written, not carved, but remembered. In the way a certain stone reminded them of someone they'd lost. In the way a certain meal, prepared just so, brought back a night when they were safe. In the way they placed objects beside their dead, knowing it wouldn't change the end, but hoping maybe it would soften it. That hope, that tenderness is what made them more than survivors. It made them human. Not just because of their bodies, but because of their choices. Their instincts sharpened by hardship, their minds tuned to the land, and their hearts large enough to carry each other, even when it hurt. And through all of it they walked. Not toward power, not toward riches, but toward continuity. Each footstep echoing across thousands of years until finally those echoes reached you. Imagine standing at the edge of a clearing, far from anything familiar. No traffic, no chatter, no glowing screens. Just the sky pressing down like a silent witness, and the soil beneath your feet telling you everything you need to know. You wouldn't need a clock. The light on the grass would already be telling you the hour. The scent in the wind would let you know what season it was, how far the rivers had receded, whether the frost had arrived early or the thaw was late. For the Neanderthals, this kind of information wasn't decoration. It was life. They didn't walk through the world, they walked with it. Every step they took was a continuation of something older, something passed down not through writing but through watching, listening and doing. A stone was never just a stone. Its weight mattered. Its shape meant something. A tree wasn't merely scenery. It marked a place, served as shelter, and carried memory. The landscape around them wasn't passive. It was the closest thing they had to a guide, a map, a guardian, and sometimes a threat. They didn't fear the natural world, though. They respected it. They didn't expect mercy from it, nor did they demand explanations. They read the signs. And if they misread them, they suffered. There were no second chances from the snow, no do-overs if you took a wrong path during migration. So instead of relying on chance, they relied on each other. On shared knowledge, on the rhythm of repetition, on the power of memory passed through muscle more than mouth. Survival was not individual. It was always communal. You didn't make it because you were the strongest or fastest. You made it because you knew how to belong, to fit into a pattern, to read the needs of the group without being told. If someone limped, the pace slowed. If someone had a skill no one else did, remembering which bark cured stomach pain, finding dry wood in the rain, hearing predators before they got close, that person was protected. Not because they had titles, but because they made life possible. In those close-knit bands, every role mattered. You might never throw a spear, but if you could stitch together hides tight enough to block the wind, You were just as vital as the one who brought down the reindeer. If you had an eye for reading the clouds or hands that could calm an injured child, you were honoured in action, if not in words. They didn't have ceremonies for gratitude. They had gestures, sharing the warmest spot near the fire, splitting the last dried meat without being asked, helping to carry a load heavier than your own. And there was always something to carry. Not just tools and fiat and furs, but weight of another kind, the responsibility of remembering. They didn't write journals, they encoded everything into movement and structure. You remembered how far the next water source was not by reading a sign, but by knowing how long your legs would ache before you reached it. You remembered where a predator struck last year, by the way the trees bent around a hollow. Your memory didn't live in pages, it lived in your body, and if you passed it on well enough, others lived too. We often imagine these people with faces hardened by the elements, always on guard, always bracing for the next fight. But they smiled? They must have. Laughter is older than civilization. You can hear it even now in children long before they speak. You can feel it build in your chest in moments of relief, of joy, of absurdity. There's no reason to think they were any different. Maybe they laughed after slipping on frozen grass, or after catching a fish bare-handed when no one else could. Maybe laughter was how they softened the edge of pain, the weight of loss, the exhaustion of endless movement. Because there was always movement. Standing still for too long meant exposure. Predators followed patterns, food sources shifted, water dried up or turned unsafe. Staying meant dying eventually. So they moved again and again, not in chaos but in cycles. They didn't wander, they returned. Back to places that fed them once. Back to paths marked by stone and tree. Back to shelters that held the heat of previous winters. Their footprints layered upon old ones, year after year, not erasing but renewing. They may not have called it migration, they may not have called it anything. It was simply what needed to be done, and in that repetition was a kind of home, not bound by walls or roofs, but by familiarity. You knew you were near the right place when the birds changed tone, when the sky dipped lower between two cliffs, when a certain bush grew crooked near the path. These were not landmarks the way we think of them. These were memory anchors, tied to season and time and survival. And when they stopped to rest, even briefly, they didn't sprawl or scatter. They assembled. Fire at the centre, food arranged with care, tools kept where they could be reached quickly. Even in rest they planned, because danger never promised to wait. A change in the wind could mean a predator nearby. A silence too sudden could mean a storm was brewing. Sleep was precious, but never careless. One person always listened. One pair of eyes always stayed open. That's trust, built not in theory but in rhythm. You only sleep deeply when you know someone is watching. You only rest your back to the fire when someone else has kept it alive. That trust wasn't negotiated. It was earned through days and nights of shared pain, shared protection, shared hope. There were no contracts, only proof, and in the morning the cycle began again. Not because they lacked imagination, but because the imagination was in the rhythm. It was in predicting which way the herds would shift, in knowing when the ice was thin, in preparing tools not for beauty but for purpose. It was in teaching the young to recognise patterns that weren't obvious, where snow melted first, where mushrooms grew without killing you, where birds led you toward water instead of away from it. These weren't facts to be memorised. They were felt. You didn't pass them on like recipes. You passed them on by walking beside someone until they noticed the things you didn't say, by nodding when they finally spotted what you had always seen, by trusting they would carry it forward the way you had. And still, for all their strength, all their preparation, loss came. Cold that broke through every barrier, illness that struck without warning, accidents no one could prevent. There was no immunity from tragedy, but when someone fell, the group didn't abandon them. If you could be saved, they tried. If you couldn't, they stayed. There are burial sites that prove this. Not just scattered remains, but careful arrangements. Bodies curled in fetal positions, bones coloured with pigments, tools laid gently beside them. Those weren't accidents. That was care. That was remembrance. That was a way of saying you mattered. Even if your name was never spoken again, even if your face faded from memory, your presence was acknowledged, your departure marked. And maybe, just maybe, those still alive carried you with them, not in mourning, but in continuity, in the way they moved, in the skills they kept alive, in the care they gave someone else just as you once gave them. That's a kind of immortality, not eternal life, but ongoing influence. and it's more lasting than monuments, because long after the fire has died, the warmth remains. Step quietly into the past, not the one from books, but the one etched into your bones, the one that never needed recording because it was lived with such intensity that forgetting it wasn't possible. That's the kind of life the Neanderthals led. Not dramatic by today's standards, not glamorous, but profound in its directness. Theirs was a world where the value of anything, be it a tool, a companion, or a simple moment of warmth, was measured by what it offered in return. Nothing could be taken for granted. Not a piece of dry wood, not a sudden breeze, not even a silence. Especially not silence. In that silence, entire conversations took place. A hunter noticed the sudden quiet in a glade and froze, knowing that stillness could mean danger, lurking just out of view. A child playing near the edge of a stream might sense something shift and return, not from being called, but from instinct passed down through countless generations. The absence of birdsong, the way mist clung low, the flavour of the wind before a storm, these things weren't poetic for them, they were instructions, and you learned them not in one day, not from one teacher, but through relentless observation and shared experience. No one wrote them down. The Neanderthals didn't have the luxury of forgetting. Every lesson cost something, sometimes blood, sometimes lives. When the stakes are that high, you don't just remember, you embody. Picture how they taught their young, not with schedules or schools, but with movement, repetition, encouragement through mimicry. A child learned to strip sinew by watching hands older than time stretch it clean across a thigh bone. They practiced scraping hide not because someone made them, but because winter would be merciless if they didn't. Knowledge wasn't optional, it was essential. And passing it on wasn't ceremonial, it was how you loved someone. You didn't gift them toys, you gifted them skills that might keep their heart beating one more day. That kind of parenting, that kind of mentoring, wasn't transactional. It was devotional. Without saying a word, you told the people around you, you matter to me, and I want you to continue. And in a world so often hostile, that was the deepest form of affection. Their affection wasn't loud. It wasn't about hugging or kisses or poems. It was seen in action. Holding a burning stick close as someone slept. Stashing an extra bone in a pouch for the elder who couldn't travel far. Brushing ash from another's face while the fire flickered low. These gestures were not rare. They were part of life. Because if you didn't take care of each other, no one else would. The Neanderthals didn't keep score. They didn't need to. Generosity wasn't about who gave more. It was about understanding that survival itself was a shared burden. No one was strong every day. No one was alert at all hours. You had good days, you had broken ones, and someone else filled in the gap without being asked. That was the rhythm of their communities. Not fair, but balanced. Not equal in all things, but equitable in the things that mattered most. When hardship came, and it always did, it didn't divide them. It clarified what was real. It cut away everything unnecessary. Food first, shelter second, each other. Always. They didn't need drama to know loss. They didn't need fiction to understand sacrifice. Life provided those lessons in full. A misstep across a narrow ridge. A wound that wouldn't close. A bad piece of meat that carried death inside it. These weren't myths. They were Tuesday. They were reminders. But in those reminders lived the deepest truths. That time is limited, and yet connection is infinite. You could live only 30 winters and still leave behind a world shaped by your choices. You didn't need descendants. You needed impact. A tool so well made, others copied its design. A shortcut remembered it because you took it once in a storm and it worked. A technique for skinning game passed down long after your name was lost. Legacy wasn't about fame, it was about usefulness. Longevity and memory wasn't about how loudly you lived. It was about how many lives you improved without asking for credit. And even when someone passed, they weren't erased. The landscape remembered. The group remembered. A clearing was associated with them. A fire pit never burned quite the same after they were gone. A laugh sounded different without their echo. There was no tombstone, but there was something stronger. Presence, embedded in place. That rock where they always sat, that tree they always circled twice. These weren't mementos, they were continuations. And they kept going, those who remained. Because that's what life demanded. Forward motion, even with tears, even with doubt. Not every day was triumphant. Not every step was brave. But each one was taken anyway. That's courage. Not the absence of fear, but the decision to move despite it. We call them primitive. as though our wires and glass and machines have made us advanced. But if you stripped us down, no phones, no power, no maps, how many of us would still be standing after one season? One storm? One night alone? They didn't just survive out of instinct. They thrived because they belonged to each other, to the earth, to a cycle of giving and taking that we've long since broken. And in that belonging was a kind of wisdom we've nearly forgotten. They didn't ask what the meaning of life was, they lived it. Every bruise, every fire lit, every bite of meat wrestled from the jaws of hunger. They were answers to questions we're still asking. How do I matter? What does it mean to be seen? What does it mean to be safe? For them, meaning was never separate from the moment. You didn't search for purpose, you created it, one gesture at a time, by showing up, by holding on, by refusing to let the world make you bitter, even when it gave you every reason to be. Bitterness had no space around the fire. Gratitude did. Not the kind with speeches or celebration, but the quiet kind. A glance, a nod, a longer share of the stew. Holding the baby so someone else could eat. These moments didn't go unnoticed. They were marked mentally, emotionally, and when your time came to give, you did it because you'd been taught not by rule, but by love disguised as habit. It was all habit. Kindness, vigilance, work, watchfulness. They weren't traits. They were survival behaviours honed by necessity and passed through blood not as DNA, but as culture, as identity, as memory etched so deeply it lived in the marrow. They didn't think of themselves as noble or tragic. They didn't call their stories myth. They didn't know they'd someday be studied in museums or dissected in textbooks. They simply lived. And in doing so, they laid the foundation for everything we take for granted now. Language, fire, family. They weren't our warm-up act, they were our origin. And they didn't fade, not entirely. Pieces of them walk among us, in the shape of a brow, in the length of a limb, in the quiet parts of us that still crave something real, something felt with skin and sweat and closeness, not text or image or soundbite. In the urge to build a fire, even when the thermostat works fine. In the comfort we feel when surrounded by people who show up without being asked. In the pain that rises when we're disconnected from land, from sky, from each other. They are not gone. They have only changed shape, and they still whisper. In wind, in memory, in us. Beneath the shifting sky, under trees older than any written tale, they moved. Quiet, aware, not lost, not drifting. Always with purpose, always following rhythms that needed no instruments to keep time. It wasn't a march through the wilderness, it was a dance with it. The Neanderthals didn't seek to dominate the land, they listened to it. Every footprint, every broken branch, every cold breeze brushing their shoulders was part of an ongoing conversation. One that didn't need translation. One that lived in them. Their world was not empty, it was full, teeming with meaning. You could wake to frost crawling across your fur wrap and know, instinctively, how far the deer had travelled during the night. You could touch the ground and feel how long it had been since rain touched that soil. These weren't guesses. This was understanding shaped by repetition, tested by hardship, passed on without being spoken. And in that quiet knowing lived their genius. They didn't sit around discussing survival strategies. They lived them. Each moment carried the weight of decision. Is this the right branch to use for a spear shaft? Will this stream hold fish again next moon? Can I trust the wind to shift before nightfall? There were no theories, only choices. Every decision could nourish or kill. That level of immediacy didn't frighten them, it shaped them. Because when the world demands presence, distraction dies. They were present. In the way they carved, in the way they cooked, in the way they moved through each day. No one multitasked when life itself depended on depth. You couldn't half listen to the wind. You couldn't tune out the silence before a predator pounced. Their minds were trained not on novelty but on necessity. And from that necessity grew a clarity that modern life can barely imagine. We think of them sometimes as brutal or blank-eyed, a mistake, a misstep on the path to us. But they weren't unfinished. They were complete within the world they knew. They understood hunger and pain and joy and longing. They buried their dead. They shaped tools from flint with consistency. They painted, not just for function, but possibly for reflection. And in those strokes of ochre, in those lines pressed into cave walls, you see something no textbook can define: soul. It wasn't a soul in the religious sense, it was something rawer. a need to express, to mark time, to leave a piece behind, even if only on rock. Maybe they didn't understand why they did it. Maybe it just felt right. That's enough. It's always been enough. Every human since the very beginning has left something behind. Not because they had to, but because it made them feel real. And they were real. Not imaginary beings living in the margins of history. They laughed. They bled. They rested. They grieved. They hoped. They feared. The same feelings that move us today moved through them too, though shaped by different tools, different dangers, different skies. Hope, for them, wasn't about wishing for something new. It was about believing that tomorrow was possible, that the snow would pass, that the hunt would succeed, that the fire would hold through the night. Small things, big impact. You don't need luxury to experience joy, you need survival, and even that, when shared, becomes celebration. Celebration didn't mean song and dance, not always. Sometimes it was just a longer meal, a quieter night, a moment of safety. That was enough. That was joy. And in those rare still moments, maybe they wondered. About the stars, about the path of the moon, about what happened after death. Even if they had no words for those thoughts, they likely had the questions. Because to exist is to wonder. To look up is to search, and to search even without answers is profoundly human. They may have told stories, not in full sentences or plot points, but in tone, in gesture, in mimicry. A hunter acting out the stumble of a beast, a mother imitating the sound of a predator so her child would know the difference. These moments weren't play, they were practice, and also they were stories, carried not in ink, but in muscle memory, passed from body to body like flame passed from torch to torch. Every torch burned slightly differently, but the light kept going. That's how culture lived, not in institutions, in repetition. A child watching an elder shape bone into bolted blade, slowly learning the angles, the feel, the resistance. A youth learning which plants burned with the least smoke, which roots to dig, which berries to avoid. These lessons didn't come in chapters. They came in seasons, in cycles, in countless small repetitions that embedded themselves deep until knowing felt like breathing. There was no curriculum, there was no formal instruction, but the results were reliable. By the time they could walk well, they could also track. By the time they could carry weight, they could skin, and long before adulthood, they knew what to do when someone screamed or someone bled. You had to. Childhood wasn't an escape, it was preparation. And yet they were not without warmth. Children were protected, taught harshness, yes, but held, fed, comforted when sickness came. We know this because we've found their tiny skeletons surrounded by adults in burial. We've seen signs of illness healed through time, meaning someone kept them alive when they couldn't do it themselves. That isn't biology, that's love. Not a romantic kind, not an idealized one, a real kind, sacrificial, quiet, not praised, just done. That was their way. Not seeking admiration, just doing what needed to be done. Because the snow wouldn't wait, the predators wouldn't pause, the world didn't forgive forgetfulness or laziness. So they didn't allow those things to grow. If someone failed, it wasn't about blame, it was about adjustment. Learn, adapt, try again. And they did, again and again. Fall, rise, starve, feast, shiver, warm, hurt, heal. No straight line, no perfect story, just one generation after another building forward without knowing it, shaping a line that would stretch further than they could dream. They didn't need to know the future to shape it. They only needed to endure the present well enough, and they did. Some days that meant triumph, meat for every belly, warmth for every back, laughter echoing under stars. Other days it meant loss, a body too broken to save, a cave too full of smoke, a path that led to nothing. But even then they didn't stop, because stopping meant ending, and ending, they decided, was not their story. Not yet, not ever, if they could help it. Under skies that didn't carry satellites or aircraft, just the steady drift of clouds and the watchful glow of stars, the people we call Neanderthals lived without needing to define what they were. They didn't separate themselves from the world, they were folded into it. The land didn't belong to them, nor did they claim it. They coexisted with it, shaped by its demands, softened by its moments of grace, hardened by its cruelty. Their footprints were not stamped with conquest, they walked lightly even when burdened. They understood that if you push too hard against the earth, it pushes back. So instead of carving their way through it, they read it. Not like a book, but like a breath. The angle of a hill, the bend in a river, the pattern of birds above a clearing, these things carried meaning. Not metaphorical meaning. Practical, real, immediate. Signs, warnings, invitations. They were not ignorant of their surroundings. They were steeped in it. Knowledge didn't come from study. It came from existing deeply in a place until the boundaries between observer and environment disappeared. You didn't learn that a storm was coming because someone told you. You knew it because the light changed, the trees responded, the air shifted in your lungs in a way only the experienced understood. Theirs was not a world where nature was other. It was kin. The wind wasn't a phenomenon. It was a presence. The fire wasn't an invention. It was a companion. A tool, yes. But more than that, a bond. Between each other and between them and the elements. They built their lives around it. Not just for cooking or warmth, but for unity. Fire brought people together. Its crackle was comfort. Its glow was safety. Its endurance through night hours was a promise that the cold wouldn't win. Not tonight. And so many nights tried to win. Cold wasn't just weather. It was a predator. It crept through furs, stole sleep, sapped strength. It could hollow out your lungs or bite into your fingers until they no longer responded. The cold didn't shout. It whispered. And its whispers could end you. So they fought it. Not with technology, but with preparation. Layers of knowledge wrapped around bodies, where to gather moss that stayed dry, how to build windbreaks from stone, how to lie curled with others in ways that preserved heat without suffocating breath. They didn't learn this from a guide. They learned it from necessity, from the lessons of loss. Someone froze once, and after that they made sure it didn't happen again. Every tragedy taught something, and everything taught was remembered. Their memory didn't live in stories alone. It lived in caution, in adjustment, in habits that seemed instinctive but had once been earned through great pain. You didn't step into a clearing without scanning for signs. You didn't drink from a stream unless someone before you had tasted it and lived. You didn't take the closest path. You took the wisest one. This made them efficient, not because they were in a hurry, but because waste meant death. Waste of time, waste of energy, waste of material. Every scrap of hide was used. Every shard of flint found a function. A broken tool wasn't discarded. It was reworked. There was beauty in this, but not decorative beauty. It was the beauty of nothing being unnecessary. A quiet elegance shaped by survival, not style. They didn't seek novelty. They sought what worked. And when it stopped working, they adapted. Not because of ego, but because the cost of stubbornness was too high. Adaptation was not about creativity. It was about living long enough to see another sunrise. And for every sunrise they witnessed, they gained more than another day. They gained experience. And that experience passed down formed a kind of wisdom we no longer recognize. Today we associate wisdom with age, but for them, wisdom came from exposure to failure, to danger, to change. A young person who'd lived through 3 hard winters, who had watched others fall, who had hunted when hungry and sheltered the old when storms came. That person was wise, not because of time, but because of what time had brought them. And the old were sacred not for surviving, but for what they carried. Every scar was a page, every limp a line in a long poem written by endurance. You didn't ask them for speeches, you watched how they moved, how they chose, when they remained silent. Their restraint was often more instructive than any command. This transmission of life, unspoken, uncelebrated, was the core of their continuity. Culture for them wasn't costumes or festivals, it was method. It was memory moving forward through action. But action wasn't all they had. They knew rest, not idleness, real rest. The kind that comes when you've done what had to be done and sit with others, not to escape work, but to recognise that for now things are okay, that the fire is holding, that the bellies are full, that the night, for once, carries no threat louder than a distant owl. In these rare moments there was space for thought, for observation, maybe even for art. Maybe someone picked up a burnt stick and traced something in the dust. Not to make history, but to express something that couldn't be spoken. A shape, a memory, a longing, a joy. These acts weren't planned. They emerged. Like everything else in their world, they came when they were needed. And when they weren't, they were left behind. No one clung to excess. You couldn't afford it. A tool that no longer served was not sentimentally stored, it was refashioned. A path that once worked but no longer did was abandoned. This didn't make them cold, it made them fluid. Fluidity is not weakness. It's intelligence shaped by circumstance. You bend when the tree falls, you shift when the river floods, you don't complain, you adjust, and you teach the next ones to do the same. Because everything they did, whether they knew it or not, was part of inheritance. They didn't own things, they didn't build empires, but they handed down something far stronger, a blueprint of how to endure in a world that does not care if you survive. And in doing so, they lit torches we still carry today, even if we no longer recognize where the light came from. You feel it in your caution before dark paths, in the quiet sense of wrongness when the forest stops making sound, in your urge to reach for others when fear tightens your chest. These aren't modern traits, they are ancestral echoes. You're not separate from them, you're not more evolved, you're not better because you write or tweet or travel in steel machines. You're only different, and difference is not superiority. Theirs was a wisdom of bodies, of instincts shaped by time instead of thought. Theirs was a society held together by need, yes, but also by loyalty earned in fire, frost and silence. We lost much when we left their ways behind. We gained much, too, but gain does not erase origin, and origin, once remembered, can teach us again how to feel part of something larger than ourselves. Not for nostalgia, for grounding, for balance, for survival of a different kind. There's a sound you've never heard but would recognize if it reached you. A low hum in the darkness. Not from machines or electricity, but from a group of humans exhaling at once after the day's final tension melts away. The way voices drift quietly in rhythm with firelight. The kind of silence that isn't empty but alive with awareness, warmth, and a mutual understanding that no one speaks about aloud. This was the music of their nights. The Neanderthals lived closer to this rhythm than any of us can imagine. They weren't chasing time, they were shaped by it. Their calendars didn't hang on walls, they unfolded with each change in wind, each pattern of migrating game, each bloom and decay of plants that returned year after year in cycles as old as the stars. Their days weren't divided by alarms or appointments. They were guided by the needs of the body and the voice of the land. And the land did speak, not in sentences or sounds, but through patterns. Moss growing more thickly on one side of the bark told you where north was. The smell of crushed leaves hinted at the weather ahead. The angle of a shadow might signal how much daylight remained to gather food before cold made movement dangerous. These cues weren't novel discoveries. They were intimate conversations repeated so often they became second nature. To live was to notice. To notice was to survive. You could not afford to ignore. Even blinking at the wrong moment could cost you. So they became attentive, not as a choice, but as a condition of their being. Attention was survival, and attentiveness became intuition. Their instincts weren't magical, they were earned. 1,000 generations feeling the same wind, smelling the same shift in the air before rain, seeing the same marks on bark where animals passed, patterns taught by blood and repetition. And when someone missed a cue, there were consequences, but they didn't mock failure, they adjusted around it, corrected, reinforced the lesson through action. Because their education wasn't about punishment, it was about continuity. Everything they knew, they learned together. There were no experts separate from the group. The knowledge belonged to the whole, and everyone contributed what they could. If one person understood how to find fresh water trapped in the folds of rock, that knowledge wasn't hoarded, it became part of the group's collective awareness. If another had learned through trial how to treat a burn with a paste of chewed leaves and clay, that wisdom travelled on, not through books but through hands. Hands carried so much. They didn't just hold tools or food or each other. They held meaning. They signalled danger. They calmed. They crafted. Every line on their palms was a record of making, fixing, providing. Calluses weren't blemishes. They were trophies. They meant you were still useful, you still had value. And value wasn't about hierarchy. No one sat above the fire and demanded others bring them meat. If you ate, it was because someone hunted and someone cooked, and someone cleaned the skins and someone sharpened the blades. No one role mattered more than the others because every role was part of the system, and the system's only goal was continuation. Life didn't give medals, it gave another sunrise if you were lucky. It gave a moment of laughter when a child said something in perfect mimicry of an elder. It gave warmth when hands brushed together near the fire. That was reward enough. To keep going, to be part of the circle, not because you were perfect, but because you were present. Presence mattered more than pride. There was no space for ego. Ego meant delay. Ego meant ignoring signs that others saw. Ego got people hurt, so instead, they cultivated humility, not as a virtue, but as a survival instinct. You didn't need to be the best, you needed to be aware of your limits, aware of your surroundings, aware of how much you depended on the group. And the group depended on you. Even the smallest person carried weight. Children weren't idle, they gathered kindling, track prints, warned of changes in the wind. Elders, even those whose bodies betrayed them, were walking maps. They knew where springs had run dry and where they'd returned. They remembered the smell of a predator long gone but possibly near again. They knew songs that weren't entertainment but mnemonic devices, stories that carried instruction wrapped in rhythm. Memory wasn't entertainment, it was a tool, a strategy, and it had to be precise, because memory to them was more vital than any weapon. If you remembered where the roots grew under the snow, you could feed the group. If you remembered the path through the stone gorge before snow made it impassable, you could lead them to safety. If you forgot, people suffered. So remembering wasn't about nostalgia, it was responsibility. And they remembered more than places. They remembered people, not as portraits or names carved into wood, but as presence, as the way someone tilted their head when they listened. The odd shuffle of a walk that marked a returning figure in the distance, the cadence of someone's breathing when they slept. When someone was gone, their shape remained in the group's rhythm. Their space by the fire might be filled, but their echo lingered. And loss, though common, never became casual. Grief didn't look the way it does now. There were no eulogies, no ceremonies with flowers, but there were signs. A tool left where they last used it. Ashes cleared with more care. Bones buried with things they once touched. Someone sitting longer than usual, staring into flames without speaking. That was mourning. That was memory solidified. And even in those moments, the world didn't stop. The weather didn't pause for sorrow. The animals didn't wait for healing. So they learned to carry grief alongside duty, one hand tending the fire, the other tracing the past. They didn't separate emotion from survival, they layered it. Their hearts weren't softer than ours, but they were strong in a way we've forgotten, because theirs had to endure without explanation, without the luxury of therapy, or books, or distraction. They held heartbreak with the same hands that skinned hides. They cried into furs that needed sewing. They screamed into the wind and then returned to the task, because tasks couldn't wait. But that didn't mean they didn't feel deeply. Their emotions weren't less because they lacked language. In many ways, they were more intense because they were direct, pure, expressed in motion and effort. Anger flared in the way a bone was thrown. Love appeared in how tightly someone pulled you away from danger. Joy surfaced in a shared piece of sweet root or a song hummed under breath. Nothing was casual, not affection, not rage, not silence. Each moment had weight because each moment could be the last. And in that uncertainty lived a kind of beauty we rarely touch. A beauty not based on achievement, but on continuation, on the fire staying lit, on the shelter holding through the storm, on eyes opening again in the morning. That was their success. And it's enough. Beneath a sky untouched by city light, there lived a people who never questioned whether they were part of the world. They simply were. No separation, no artificial barrier between them and the wildness surrounding them. The Neanderthals didn't wonder what their purpose was in the grand cosmic plan. Their meaning was carved into every action, embedded in the beat of every day. You woke, you moved, you provided, and in that rhythm life unfolded with raw honesty. They weren't preoccupied with legacy. They weren't thinking centuries ahead or planning for generations they'd never meet. Theirs was a life measured moment to moment. If the hunt went well, the fire stayed warm and the bellies full. If it didn't, silence crept in with the cold. Each success was immediate, each failure personal. That kind of existence didn't allow for illusions. You couldn't pretend something worked if it didn't. You'd pay the price by sundown. This made them sharply attuned to truth. Not philosophical truth, but functional truth. They knew which stone fractured cleanly. They recognized which animal prints signaled urgency and which could be ignored. They understood the difference between shelter and a trap in disguise. Everything they believed had to be proven by experience. Nothing was sacred unless it delivered. That didn't make them cruel or cold, it made them precise. Tenderness could still thrive even in the harshest environments. A mother pressing her hand against a fevered forehead. A partner walking half a day to gather the herb that might bring relief. A child clutching a carved bone because it reminded them of a brother, lost to the ice. These weren't sentimental gestures. They were deeply human expressions of care, stripped of vanity. Emotions weren't concealed. They didn't have to be named to be real. You saw them in eyes that lingered too long on an empty seat beside the fire, in the way someone offered the last scrap of meat without a word, in the ache that passed through shoulders when a song was hummed too quietly to be entertainment. It was mourning. It was remembering. Memory didn't belong to individuals. It belonged to everyone. When one person recalled a better spring, that knowledge became group direction. When someone warned of a danger seen once long ago, that fear became protection for all. They didn't have archives, they had ancestors. They didn't have history books. They had living records made of flesh, voice, and repetition. Even their silence carried meaning. When someone fell quiet after a loss, the others didn't push. They gave space, and in that space was respect. Not as a rule, but as instinct. You didn't need a ritual to recognize suffering. You just needed to be present. And presence was something they had in abundance. You couldn't afford to drift into distraction when the sound of one cracked twig could signal death. They were alive in their surroundings, not separate observers, but participants. When the forest stirred, so did they. When the cave breathed its cold air up from the depths, they read it like a warning. They didn't need the language to understand connection. That doesn't mean they lacked communication. Far from it. Theirs was a fluency of movement, of glance, of gesture. A grunt carried meaning depending on urgency, pitch, direction. A hand lifted meant halt. A head tilted left could mean danger there or a shortcut remembered. Everything they needed to say they could, and everything they couldn't say they still expressed. Communication was woven into function. If you needed help with a kill, you didn't issue orders. You signaled, and your companion moved. If you saw trouble from above a ridge, you didn't yell. You dropped lower, pointed, locked eyes. They didn't overcomplicate things. They didn't need drama to convey importance. The situation was important enough. And those connections didn't just exist in crisis. They were strongest during stillness. Two figures watching the embers settle as night wrapped around them. The shared weight of surviving one more day without injury, without loss. That kind of peace wasn't loud. It didn't dance or shout. It exhaled. It grounded. It gave them enough stillness to reset before tomorrow demanded everything again. And it would. Always. Each new day wasn't promised. It was earned. Through caution, through cooperation, through the refusal to surrender to despair. Because despair, while understandable, was dangerous. It slowed your steps. It dulled your alertness. And dullness killed. So they didn't dwell. They processed. Then they moved. It wasn't coldness. It was survival wisdom. They could cry, but the fire still needed tending. They could mourn, but the traps still needed checking. They didn't dismiss grief, they integrated it. Carried it like they carried stones, heavy but useful, a reminder of what mattered, a memory of what had been given up to get here. Every scar held a story. Some you told and some you didn't, but all were remembered. And their bodies, covered with these marks, were maps of experience. Joints worn from crouching in snow, fingertips calloused from carving tools, knees stiff from kneeling beside cold rivers to rinse wounds. You could read someone's past not from their words, but from their shape. And everyone understood that language. It wasn't seen as weakness. It was seen as contribution. Every injury meant someone had risked for others. Every limp meant someone had not run from danger. Every missing tooth was proof they had chewed food meant for someone younger, someone weaker. No one pitied these signs. They respected them. Because they knew their turn would come too. The cycle of giving never paused. You were strong until you couldn't be. Then someone else stepped in. And when no one could, they waited together. Death was not feared, it was known. But even in its presence, they didn't fall into panic. They prepared, with stone tools cleaned, with fire left burning as long as possible, with final glances that meant, I see you, I carry you forward. They didn't need words for goodbye. They had memory, and memory kept walking. Every day they moved, something remained behind, a footprint, a scent, a faded laugh carried through trees. And something else moved forward, a skill, a lesson, a promise that the group would hold together no matter who was missing. That was their strength, not in bone alone, in bond. The wind doesn't speak in sentences, but it carries messages just the same. There was a time when those messages weren't ignored, when every breeze was felt like a breath from something ancient. The people we now call Neanderthals moved through that language without needing to name it. They didn't control the wind, they didn't argue with the rain, they adjusted, listened, adapted without asking why. You could see it in the way they shifted their shelters, never permanent, never fixed in place. Stone arranged just enough to protect, never more than needed. Furs layered where the draft pressed hardest. The design didn't follow architecture, it followed the body's needs. Warmth, dryness, safety, not style, not comfort. Just what worked, again and again. Their homes weren't castles, they were shields. Against snow, against time, against the endless hunger of the outside. And even within those spaces. They didn't forget the land's presence. They were inside, but never apart. The ground remained cold beneath their resting places. The ceiling was not a roof, but rock. Not built, but found. Everything was a compromise between effort and necessity. They didn't waste energy. You don't run full speed when you're unsure of the terrain. You don't speak too loud when echoes might carry to a predator. They lived in a posture of respectful caution, not fear, awareness. It didn't slow them down, it sharpened them. And yet they still found ways to play. Even in a world where death circled like a shadow, the young found laughter, chasing each other through leaves, copying the movements of hunters, splashing through shallow water when the sun allowed. That joy wasn't separate from survival, it was part of it. Play was practice, it trained reflexes, it built connection, it reminded the group what they were protecting. Laughter wasn't luxury, it was medicine. And their version of medicine came in many forms. Some gathered plants not because they fed the belly, but because they soothed the skin or quieted fever. They learned which flowers numbed pain when chewed, which roots to crush into a paste for burns. Trial and error taught them, sometimes painfully, but they remembered, and they shared. One person's cure became everyone's safeguard. You could see their knowledge in the things they carried. Pouches filled not just with food, but with fragments. Bits of flint, worn bones, dried herbs. Each item earned its place, nothing extra. Everything served a function. And if it stopped serving, it was left behind. They didn't hoard, they couldn't. To carry more than you could use was a burden that slowed the group, and slowness risked survival. So they travelled light in body and mind. When something was no longer needed, it was released. No attachment, no ceremony, just movement forward. And forward was always the direction, even when the path bent sideways, even when the ground grew soft and the horizon disappeared into mist. Because stopping wasn't stillness, it was surrender. Even when they circled back to familiar places, it wasn't repetition, it was recognition. The berry bushes return, the animals migrate again. The same stream still cuts through the rocks, but everything is a little different now, including them, especially them. Time marked them with change. Not just age, not just scars, but wisdom, carved into the smallest gestures. The way someone reached for a tool without looking. The way another could glance at the sky and predict frost. These weren't tricks. They were experience embedded in muscle and memory. You couldn't teach them in a day, you had to live them, and you had to keep living them again and again. Because the world never repeated exactly. Each season had its own temperament, each winter tested in its own cruel way. Each summer offered different gifts, so you learned to expect nothing. And in that expectation of change, you became adaptable. They didn't label that resilience. They didn't call it strength. They just did what needed doing. And sometimes what needed doing was deeply human. Sitting with someone who was fading, feeding someone who could no longer lift a hand, singing a tune that had no purpose other than to comfort. These weren't strategies. They were acts of love wrapped in routine, not performed for recognition, not given for praise, just offered, because that's how they held each other through the storm. They held each other in other ways too. In silence. In the way someone rose first to rekindle the embers, in the shared burden of loss, in the nights when no one slept and eyes stayed open not from fear but from grief. That grief didn't fade quickly. It became part of the rhythm, a space in the group, a note missing in the usual hum of evening. But even that absence taught them something. It reminded them how precious presence was, how easily a body could disappear, and how deeply a soul could remain. Not in any mystical sense, but in the way someone else now carved meat the same way, or how a laugh reminded them of a voice now gone, or how someone unconsciously protected another the same way they'd once been protected. The dead were never truly gone. They moved differently now, in memory, in action, in ritual that didn't need a name. Sometimes a stone was left behind where someone had fallen, not to mark territory, but to remember. Sometimes a song was hummed again, not because it was beautiful, but because it had been theirs. And even when no one mentioned the name, everyone felt it. They didn't preserve the past by holding on to it. They kept it alive by weaving it into the present. That weaving was constant. Every step forward was tangled with the steps of those who came before. They didn't call it legacy, they called it life. Dawn didn't announce itself with noise. There were no alarms, no lights flicking on. The slow shift of the sky, a gentle fading of stars, and the subtle release of cold that gripped the night. For them, that was enough. It meant they had survived again. Another cycle had passed, and they were still here, still breathing, still wrapped in the breath of a world that neither welcomed nor rejected them. It simply existed. Their mornings weren't rushed. They didn't leap from sleep into urgency unless danger demanded it. The group stirred in rhythm with the warming light. Someone might add wood to the fire, their movement quiet but certain. Another would stretch stiff from a night spent curled against stone or earth. These were not rituals, they were responses, instincts shaped by countless repetitions. The sun rises, and so must we. There was no need to assign tasks aloud. The group moved in harmony because it had to. A system had formed, unspoken but understood. You prepared the embers, I checked the traps. You cleaned the skins, I scanned the ridge. Every person carried responsibility, not because it had been handed to them, but because it had been earned. Repetition creates rhythm, and rhythm becomes survival. They didn't divide work into categories or titles. No one claimed superiority because they struck the final blow on the hunt. Every success belonged to everyone. From the scout who spotted the herd, to the ones who crafted the spears, to those who cooked, cleaned, and ensured nothing was wasted. Each role mattered equally. Even the smallest effort was essential. Even the quietest action could mean the difference between hunger and nourishment. Children knew this too. From their earliest steps they learned by watching. Hands reaching for tools not to play but to mimic. Eyes tracking the movement of elders to learn how to listen to silence. They didn't separate learning from doing. The world was their teacher. The consequences were their exams. And the reward for passing wasn't praise, it was continued life. Their minds were shaped by patterns, not abstract equations, but real grounded sequences. If the wind turned sharp, storms were coming. If the birds scattered early, something was moving through the trees. If the roots tasted bitter, the season had shifted. They didn't need instruments to calculate. They needed presence. And they had it. In every motion, in every breath. Even when they rested, they did so with awareness. The sounds of the night were familiar. An owl's call wasn't startling, it was a sign. Cracking branches might mean wind, or they might mean something watching. That fine line between calm and alert was one they walked every day, relaxed but never careless. And through it all, they endured. Not by brute force, not by domination, but by balance. They knew how much to take and how much to leave, how far to chase and when to give up. They didn't strip the land, they worked with it. The deer that escaped today might be the meal next week. The grove they didn't trample would yield again next season. That awareness wasn't philosophical. It was immediate, practical, real. They weren't driven by greed. They were guided by the rhythm. A season too harsh could erase the strongest. A moment of waste could mean death weeks later, though they measured not in numbers but in outcomes. Does this action carry us forward? If not, we change, and they did, again and again. Boom. Change didn't frighten them. It shaped them. When ice pushed them from a region, they moved. When fire consumed their shelter, they rebuilt. When sickness claimed a leader, someone else stepped up, not by vote or ceremony, but by presence, by steadiness, by not collapsing when others did. They understood leadership not as authority, but as responsibility. The one who led was the one who noticed, the one who kept watch, the one who gave when others could not. There were no crowns, no thrones, just the weight of being reliable. And that weight was never carried alone. They leaned on each other, not with dependence, but with trust. You watched my back yesterday, I'll guard yours today. You stood when I couldn't, now I rise for you. That rotation of strength kept them moving. No one stood forever, but no one fell alone. Even the wounded had roles. Even the old had wisdom. Even the quiet had eyes that saw what others missed. And so every person mattered, not for what they could do, but for what they brought. Sometimes that was muscle. Sometimes it was memory. Sometimes it was the way their presence steadied the group. And in that inclusion, there was power. Not the power of control, but the power of unity. Of knowing you had a place, of waking each morning not as a solitary figure, but as part of something larger, older, more enduring than any single body. That was the heart of their strength. They didn't name it community. They lived it. There was no word for endurance in their language because they didn't need one. Endurance was simply life. It was how they woke every morning. It was how they kept walking when their legs wanted to fold. It was the decision to gather wood when the cold wind had already taken the feeling from their fingers. It wasn't something to be admired or praised. It just was. Like rain. Like fire. Like breath. The cold didn't care about intentions. The wind didn't make exceptions. The land gave only what it chose to give and never all at once. To survive it, you had to learn patience. You had to learn the slow, grinding shape of resilience. Not the loud kind. Not the dramatic version people think of now. But the quiet, slow-burning type that sits in the back of your ribs and tells you to try again. Try again when the hunt fails. Try again when the shelter leaks. Try again when someone dies. Try again because no one else can do it for you. They did not fear the world, but they never underestimated it. They knew its beauty could turn on them in a moment. A thawed stream one day could become a frozen trap the next. The tree that gave fruit could fall without warning. The sky could shift in a single afternoon from golden to steel grey, bringing snow that swallowed trails whole. They respected the uncertainty, not because they were afraid, but because they had seen what it could do. And they didn't pretend to control it. They didn't build gods to tame it. They lived beside it, beneath it, within it. They read the signs, listened, moved when the earth suggested it, waited when it withheld. Their belief system, if it could be called that, wasn't built on superstition or dogma. It was built on experience. If a thing happened twice, it meant something. If it happened 3 times, it became part of their understanding. They weren't explaining the universe. They were responding to it. And response was everything. You didn't force, you adapted. When the animals moved, you followed. When the berries vanished, you searched elsewhere. When the tools broke, you sharpened new ones from whatever was closest. Even their tools told stories. You could hold a flake of obsidian and see how it had been struck, how many times it had been reworked. Nothing was disposable. Everything had purpose, and every purpose carried memory. They held their past in objects, not to admire, but to use. A necklace made from teeth wasn't decoration. It was tribute. Proof that a predator had been faced and overcome. A handle wrapped in old hide was not a fashion. It was comfort, passed from hand to hand. These objects weren't kept because they were beautiful. They were kept because they had meaning. Meaning didn't come from what something looked like. It came from where it had been, what it had survived, who had touched it last. And they themselves were no different. Their bodies were records, every scar a sentence, every stiffness a phrase. You didn't need words to tell your story, you just had to show up. Limping, tired, covered in the dust of the trail, and as still moving, that was enough. That was your history. They didn't need recognition. They needed continuation. No one held ceremonies for success. There were no trophies for endurance. Just another dawn. Just another fire to light. Another place to cross. And the quiet nods from those who saw you trying. That was reward enough. The world didn't clap for them, but it let them live, sometimes. And that was the only applause they ever asked for. In return, they didn't ask much of the world. They didn't mine it until it broke. They didn't poison it with their ambition. They took what they needed, left what they didn't, and always paid attention. Because to stop noticing was to start dying, and they were not ready to die. Not when there were still paths to follow. Not when the rivers hadn't yet frozen. Not when the children still laughed between the trees. Their lives were hard, but not empty. Even in exhaustion, they found each other. A shared glance, a piece of warmth traded between palms, a sound that meant, "I see you," without a word. Their language was thin, but their understanding was deep, and that was enough. It had to be. The light that touched their world didn't always reach with kindness. Some mornings opened in silence thick with dread. The snow would be heavier than the day before, the wind more bitter, and still they moved. Not because it was easy, but because the body, even in pain, understands momentum. And the soul, even when weary, clings to the thinnest thread of hope. Unspoken, unnamed, but there. They didn't need language to explain that hope. It was in the eyes of the one who stood up first, in the hand that reached out without being asked, in the shared glance that said, "We go again." They didn't believe in miracles, they believed in effort. That you try, that you keep trying, that you hold on to one another, not because it guarantees safety, but because it reminds you that you're not alone in the fight. Their days were carved by motion. The walk to search for roots beneath snow, the journey to inspect a broken trap, the long hike to the ridge for a view of what might be coming. It was movement with meaning, not exercise, not escape. A motion born from necessity, repeated until the legs no longer questioned. And when they returned, tired and sometimes empty-handed, they didn't complain. They sat. They shared what little they had. They passed warmth hand to hand, shoulder to shoulder. No one hoarded. No one pretended to be above hunger or fear. They met the day together and ended it the same way. The stars looked down then just as they do now. But to them, they weren't distant science. They were reminders, not of gods or destinies, but of endurance. Those same stars had watched them cross valleys, had witnessed the firelight dance across their skin, had seen them bury their dead and carry their living. Those stars didn't offer comfort, but they offered perspective. That you are small, yes, but not insignificant. That your struggle, though quiet, matters. That every breath taken beneath that vastness has weight. And maybe that's what made their lives more complete than we realise. The rawness, the immediacy. There was no illusion that they could live forever. No expectation that the world would be fair. Just the understanding that what you do while you're here, that matters. How you protect, how you notice, how you give, and how you go on. Their story wasn't etched into scrolls or monuments. It was pressed into the soil by their feet. Washed into rivers that remember the taste of their skin. Caught in winds that once curled through their shelters. Echoed in mountains where they looked out and whispered nothing at all. Because they didn't need to be remembered the way we think of legacy. They were part of something older than memory. They were threads in a fabric that began long before them and stretches long beyond us. We don't speak their language. We don't share their customs. But we carry their blood. We move in their shadow. And every step we take forward is laid upon the paths they first cleared. They were not monsters. They were not mistakes. They were people. Flawed. Resilient. Brilliant in ways we've forgotten. Not for their tools, not for their bones, but for their ability to live when everything pushed them towards silence. And they did not go silent easily. They fought for each sunrise. They grieved with dignity. They created not art for beauty's sake, but meaning stitched into rock and bone and motion. They were not waiting for history to find them. They were busy surviving it. And they did. For tens of thousands of years, they survived. Until one day they didn't. The fire went out in one cave, then another. A mother stopped singing. A father stopped returning from the ridge. One by one the voices faded. Not in one great tragedy, but in many small ones. 1,000 goodbyes that no one recorded. 1,000,000 final moments we'll never understand. But they were real as the blood in our veins, as real as the breath in our lungs. And now, here we stand, in towers of steel and cities of glass, with tools they never dreamed of, and still we hunger, we grieve, we love, we fear. Not so different after all. Their story isn't over. It moves through us, not in myth. In muscle, in instinct, in the fire we still gather around when the world grows cold.